All right, we'll call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the annual meeting for the East Troy Community School District. First thing we need is an election of a temporary chairperson.
I'll nominate Ted, temporary chairperson.
Thanks.
I'll second that nomination.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We also need to appoint a recording clerk.
I'll nominate Steve Lambert to be the recording clerk.
I'll second that. Okay, all in favor of Steve being the recording clerk, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Annual Voluntary Service to Education Award.
There's none.
Oh, there's not, that's right. Take that off the agenda. Next item, District Administrator's Report, State of the District.
Thanks, Ted. First thing is, I'd like to direct everybody to their annual meeting booklet. And in the inside, second page, you'll see a letter to the citizens of the East Troy Community School District from our school board president, Mr. Ted Zess. I would like to read that. Not that, obviously, I know everyone here can read on their own, but this is more for the people watching, and will be watching at a later time, that possibly do not pick up the annual meeting booklet. I think it's important for them to hear the message from President Ted Zess, and also the message on this internal page of that, the next page from myself. From that, then I'll be happy to go through some slides. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them in great detail due to the fact we could be here until 11 o'clock tonight before we even get to the regular board meeting. But I would like to go through some of them to give everybody an idea of the status of the school district, so that's why we call it the state of the district at this time. So I'd like to read Ted's letter because I think it has a lot of great content for people to understand. Dear citizens of the East Troy Community School District, there continues to be a great deal of excitement in the East Troy Community School District. We remain committed to moving forward, providing a high-quality educational experience through learner-empowered environments that meet the needs and develop the talents of each and every child. We are steadfast in placing the student at the center of the learning process and recognize that we must set the right conditions through policies, practices, programs, facilities, technology, and budgeting to ensure the East Troy Community School District remains a great place to learn and work. I think that's essential right there. I love that statement in the last of that paragraph. A great place to learn and work, due to the fact that if you think about that, those are the balancing acts that we are trying to do when we do all the other interrelated conditions in our school district. Although there is much to be proud of, our structural fiscal needs and maintenance needs still need to be addressed. After the unsuccessful operational referendum question last April, the district reduced $779,000 from its budget for the 21-22 school year. This included eliminating 6.48 full-time positions. These cuts come in addition to the $8.2 million we have completed in budget balancing efforts over the previous 14 years. While we are proud to maintain a balanced budget and celebrate all the great things happening in our schools, these ongoing structural deficits are having an impact on our students and staff. Ultimately, budget reductions negatively affect the quality of the programs and services we can deliver. This has an impact on our students, our community, our local businesses, and our property values. Additionally, the 2021-23 state budget did not increase the per pupil revenue limit. As a result, the district is projecting an additional $400,000 deficit for the 2022-2023 school year, beyond the already projected $600,000 deficit. Because the capital bond referendum also did not pass last April, we have needed to find other ways to fund a select number of facility improvements. These include replacing boilers at Prairie View and our high school. However, we are limited in our ability to move forward with much-needed roof repairs, asphalt replacement, window replacement, updates to LED lighting, and more. The longer these items go unaddressed, the more expensive they will be to repair or replace in the future. We will lose all the ability to take advantage of the historically low interest rates. I encourage you to visit our district website at www.easttroy.k12.wi.us and or our East Troy Community School District YouTube channel to watch past and upcoming school board meetings. Doing so will allow you to learn more about the incredible things taking place in our district, along with the challenges we are facing together. Our children are the most important investment we can make as a community. Thank you for being a critical part of that story. Sincerely, Ted Zest, Board President. The letter that I had written that I would like to read to the entire community via the live streaming is, Dear East Troy Community School District community, learning is different in the East Troy Community School District. These are not just words to us. We have an unwavering belief in the ability of each student to achieve success by creating conditions that allow them to be inspired, invested, interested, kind, caring, and respectful people. By focusing on the right work, we will continue to move forward from an educator-driven environments in which learning is personalized to the learner, to learner-empowered environments in which learning is personalized by the learner. As we continue forward, we must stay focused on all sides of our educational system. So our 6 district goals: ensuring a year to a year plus of learning growth for each child each year, ensuring programming opportunities through systems and practices that recognize the talents of each child in an era of globalization, providing individualized learning by empowering students through personalized learning environments, employing the highest quality professional staff, adopting facilities for current and future educational needs, and demonstrating fiscal responsibility through efficiency. We recognize the challenges that lie ahead. We also believe we must view these challenges as opportunities to improve our systems and practices to keep student learning at the center of all we do. We must create conditions to support the learning and emotional well-being of each child. This statement has never been truer than right now, as we take the necessary actions to provide students with opportunities to meet their learning, overall well-being, and their personal interests. We also must create conditions that help children become good learners, rather than just good students. We should never sort and select students. They must develop skills that reinforce a strong understanding of what it is they are to learn. They should be able to reflect and seek feedback, and to know what to do if they do not understand or do not yet understand a concept. To make this happen, we must set the conditions that support empowering our learners via student voice and choice, thus leading to an environment that is personalized, again, by the learner. Another way of reflecting upon this idea is, do we provide assessments to our students or with our students? By focusing on the learning process and the learner, we enhance the authenticity, the creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, depth of content, and curiosity. It's not about doing more work, but rather doing the right work more. This empowers students to take ownership of their learning. Finally, I will leave you with 5 quotes. Education is not about learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. Albert Einstein. Our job is not to prepare students for something. Our job is to help students be prepared for anything. Giuliani. Students wait to be assessed while learners assess themselves. John Spencer. Our greatest natural resource is the minds of our children. Walt Disney. A year from now, you may wish you had started today. Karen Lamb. These quotes reflect what we are working to achieve in the East Troy Community School District. Respectfully, Dr. Christopher Hibner. So again, I read that. I apologize for everyone having to sit through that, but I want people at home, if they do not pick up the annual meeting booklet, to understand that due to the fact it's kind of our bedrock, some of the things that are said in both of those letters and what lead us to make decisions in regards to so many areas, and sometimes very difficult decisions. But I think if I can stress one thing, amidst all the difficult decisions, it's so important for all of us to remember why we're here. And I will say it, I'm a superintendent of schools, I'm a superintendent of learning, I'm a superintendent of children. As much as I want to be as efficient as possible, first and foremost, we're here for students. We're here for children. And I think sometimes that can get lost amidst all these decisions that we're doing and having to make. We're here for the children first, not other things first. If that is the case, then I really need to know the priority list, because children are the reason why our schools exist. So we just need to make sure that we're always keeping that at the forefront. Up above, we have listed, and it's in your annual meeting booklet. I will not go through each of these bullet points, but I am proud of the many accomplishments and celebrations that we have had in our district in the 2020-2021 school year. And yes, these are celebrations just from the 2021 school year. These are not celebrations we have already had in 2021-22, which we have quite a few already that since July 1st. But these are the celebrations that we felt needed to be shared from last year. So I think all of you can just see and read these on your own. But we have numerous slides that represent our celebrations from our student level at all various grade levels to our staff levels in celebrations, to our district level, and to community levels. So please take a look at all of those due to the fact we're quite proud that we don't end at one slide. And to be honest, the hardest thing is to know what to put in there due to the fact we could have 25 slides and continue to go on and on. So please, if a celebration's not in there, do not take offense to it. It's just some point in time you have to try to say we need to move on. And I think we do always try to recognize all celebrations throughout school years. But those are the ones. You'll also notice that we have a slide that's called right here, ongoing celebrations. The ongoing celebrations are not celebrations from the 2020-21 school year, but they're celebrations that are, as the title suggests, ongoing. So things that we're very proud of in the district that just continue to happen year after year, or that were implemented at one point in time over the course of past years that students still take advantage of in today's current reality. So you'll see that, obviously we're very committed to just the definition of learning is different here and keeping students at the center of the learning process. That authentic implementation of our assessment continuum is up there, which I'd be more than happy to go over that at some point in time if anyone's interested, or Ms. Foz-Panchik could, or any other building level administrator or teacher, due to the fact we think all of our student learning really is connected to assessments and authentic assessments, not just traditional assessments that are given to children. Again, if you're really thinking about learner empowered, it has to start with students being more involved in their own assessments. 97% parent satisfaction scores with in-person and virtual learning options. Show me another district that had 97%. I would love to see that. Continued improvement upon emergency standard response protocol. We could go on and on. Fund balance of 24.96% after the 1920 school year. Don't forget, I believe if we went back to the 7-8 school year, we were at 8.6%. So we've increased it up to 24.96% over numerous years. Total utility-related costs totaled $389,495 during the 18-19 school year. Obviously, I think most can understand why we chose to do a relative comparison to 18-19 with what's occurred in the last 18 months. But as compared to $430,323 in 2005-2006, that's not cost avoidance. That's cost savings. There's a difference, and that's cost savings. There's not many things that you would have cost savings on when you're looking at it over a course of time span from 5-6 to 18-19. But yet our utilities we have. So we've already had that long, lengthy discussion why we were able to have those savings and what the investments have been done since that course in time that had led to better utility savings. Some of the same things that, I'll be honest, were on the on the capital referendum question that we wanted to continue to invest in. Updated East Troy Community School District webpage. We're constantly trying to assist with our social media platforms and sharing all the good that's going on, and yes, the challenges, so people feel well informed towards making proper decisions and understanding what's going on in the district. And we're very, very proud, obviously, but we have a lot of things from all levels. We do a stay and play. We've done this for years. Weekly program, obviously we had to put it on pause during last year with families that are infant to age 4, where we invite them in weekly and that we help them to educate their children, help them to identify any possible needs of their children, so that parents can intervene earlier and often to assist their children towards having better success when they enroll at 4K. And we have the first in the state of Wisconsin to provide a smart labs, as we know, at Little Prairie. And Little Prairie was the very first in the nation to have a smart lab that was completely dedicated to primary age children. And obviously we have our wonderful state-of-the-art recognized Fab Lab that is recognized by MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So we could go on, but the financial rating, I don't think we can skip over that. We have a financial rating continued with Moody's Investor Service of an AA2. In 2020, of 365 Wisconsin school districts with Moody's ratings, only 18 districts rated higher. Those are just some of the ongoing things we want to make sure that people understand. And a lot of times in our challenges, a lot of people don't necessarily always recognize the things that we're accomplishing in the celebrations. We won't go through these. These are our vision statements from our community, not from our school district board, not from administration or our teachers. This was a community committee that was formed quite some time ago, and they formed these 21st Century Learning Committee vision statements that are constantly being looked at and utilized towards whether or not are we truly meeting these vision statements. We have our district goals, which one of the biggest things we always stress is that they're all interrelated, right? That we can't really work on one goal at a time, nor can we just make one goal a priority. They're really all interrelated if we're really going to make this a great place to learn and to work. So we have to work on all of them at once. This slide, it's in there. The teachers are very well versed with this, as I share it every year at the Welcome Back Breakfast. Obviously, since 2016 I have. And that's just a percentage of students who strongly agree by grade, and it's on just 3 basic questions nationally that really indicate kind of similar things in East Troy Community School District. And that is, you'll see up there, it says, in the last 7 days, I have learned something interesting at school. The green, I have fun at school. And the red, at this school, I get to do what I do best every day. Now, this is not East Troy Community School District data. This is national Gallup poll data. So, but we are similar when it comes to the lines and graphing of the information. And you'll see, basically, it's not on the horizontal line of the graph, but on the far left would be 5th grade. And if you go the whole way over to the far right, it would be 12th grade. So every one of the dots indicates a grade. So you have 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grades going across left to right. And obviously you can see then what occurs from 5th grade over to 12th grade when it comes to those 3 basic statements in regards to kids being interested in schooling, having fun at school, and believing they get to do what they do best every day. It's an ongoing issue in schools. And that's not an insult. I'm a part of the school system. It's not an insult. It's good that we know it. It's good that we recognize it. The question is, what do we continue to do about it? What are we doing about it? Well, that's where the learner empowerment comes in, and making learning different here, involving the kids more in with student voice towards truly working on skills, not just all content. Doing the skills and infusing the content through the use of the skills. And allowing a lot more voice in that. Student voice has clearly been delineated. I hope everybody understands this, but I do want to state it. There has been so much research on student voice that shows very strongly that it has an unbelievable effect on purpose, student self-confidence, student engagement, student motivation, and I'm going to tell you, most importantly, in my personal humble opinion, student self-worth. Student self-worth. And in today's climate, in what's going on today and how kids are being affected differently all over, along with us as adults, I don't think we could stress enough the importance of student self-worth. And it has clearly been shown through multiple years of research with student voice that if we allow students to have more of a voice, all of those areas greatly improve. And I have not found yet anybody who would debate the importance of increasing any one of those objectives in the end. This is East Troy Community School District school perceptions data. So it's qualitative data, not quantitative, but it's through surveys of our students, and we survey our students at the 5th grade 8th grade, and 12th grade. We do also survey our students at other grade levels, but these are the primary ones we do to try to look at, to follow the cohorts, first of all. So we'll follow year to year. You know, what did the 5th graders maybe 5 years ago say when they're now 8th graders and when they soon will be 12th graders? So we look at it from a cohort perspective. Did we improve with that cohort over time with the same exact questions? And then we also just look at it from building level, right? Are we seeing improvement at building level from year to year with different kids who are completing the survey? I enjoy being at school. Obviously, we're hoping that all kids would agree to enjoy being at school, but if you just remember the Gallup poll previously that, we understand that probably is not going to be a reality right now. But our goal is to continue to improve that. We want to have all students being strongly agree to agree. One of the challenges that I have put forth to our building level administrators and teaching leaders, and that is we want to increase our agrees to strongly agrees, and we want to take our strongly disagrees and remove them completely. We do not want students to be strongly disagreeing in certain questions, and we definitely want to always increase strongly agree on certain things. Now, for certain ones like this, I enjoy being at school. Obviously, we want everybody to be in strongly agree and agree. You'll see in 5th grade, we're at 60.9%. 8th grade was 54.7%, and 12th grade was 75%. So we obviously want to continue to increase that. I mean, it is our goal to have every single child at least be saying they agree with wanting to be at school. I had positive relationships. Connections with adults at school. This is a huge one due to the fact we also recognize that if our students don't feel emotionally stable and safe, that we obviously can't really worry about learning, that learning will not be occurring. So, and we recognize the importance of students feeling safe emotionally, physically, psychologically, is a lot has to do with their relationships. A positive relationship with at least an adult, and obviously numerous relationships with fellow classmates. Well, in this one, I had positive relationships, connections with adults at school. You'll see that at the high school, 12th grade, we had 100% agree or strongly agree, which is fantastic. Now, the goal of that is to take that 70.7 agree and increase our obviously strongly agree of 29.3 each and every year hereafter. At our middle school, we currently had 91.8%, which is still outstanding. And in a very low amount, it strongly disagree, but obviously we never want to see anybody strongly disagree. And and at our Prairie View, we feel very strongly about that too at 81.4. But and if you'll notice with the Prairie View, you might say, well, not all that adds up always to 100%. That's one of the questions we actually had, and that is students could mark not applicable. And we kind of need to follow up on that. Why are students marking NA? Like, what does that mean? That they could not give us feedback on any one of those areas in regards to having relationships. But we are very, very happy as a district with the outcomes of that survey at every single level, and we'll continue to work at and improve that. And that's a credit to our staff. That is a credit to our staff because that's where that comes from. We also have I felt safe at school. I'm not going to go through all these, but we recognize that that's a very important one, and we also recognize that we're proud of that, but there's work to be done. We think the bottom one is a very important one, especially in today's challenges and times, right? As a learner, what challenges have you faced this year as compared to past years? Mental health concerns, 41% of our 5th graders are stating that they're facing that as a challenge right now. Our 8th grade, 54% stated that they feel are facing mental health concerns. And our 12th grade, 73.3% of our 12th graders last year stated that they felt that they were facing mental health concerns. And if it's that high in mental health concerns, I can tell you it leads over to academic concerns, that the two go hand in hand. Social and emotional well-being absolutely will go hand in hand with whether or not if a child's going to have academia concerns. And you'll see on our academic concerns, 21.3% of our 5th graders said that they were having challenges faced in the last year. And as compared to past years, 21.3% said, 41.6% of 8th graders, and 48.9% of 12th graders. Hence why we are putting a lot of emphasis into social and emotional well-being of our kids. School was boring. Obviously, one, I would love to have nobody in the strongly agree or agree. School was boring. I don't like seeing that kids say, yes, strongly agree, school is boring. Strongly or agree, school is boring. But you know what? This has been one, this is my 15th year, and this has been one that has constantly, I've wanted to change, and everyone knows that. Hence, we continue to work on it. We believe with the learner-empowered environments, it can change again. But we know we need to investigate this one even more in depth. Is it about programming? Is it about the teaching, learning styles, meaning, right? It's not about teaching itself, but the learning styles. What is it? Is it facility related? What is it not? What is not letting you? What is making you think that school is boring? And truly, that is a difficult one for us to accomplish at a high rate too, to agree, because every child has different interests, different passions, different readiness levels, different background knowledge. I mean, every child is uniquely different. That's what makes them so special and precious, right? As a parent myself, that's what makes my own kids precious. But with that being said, how do we keep that uniqueness, address that uniqueness, not treat them all as one and conform them, because we're not about conformity, but yet engage them so it's not school is boring. So that's one we know we need to work on. Disruptive behavior in class. We could hide this one. We're not here to hide our data. We're not here to only share the things we're proud of. We want to change this one. We have work to do on this. Disruptive behavior in class. We know this did not shock us. I will tell you that flat out. But we also recognize that what is associated sometimes to the disruptive behavior in class. So we have work to do on that. We recognize that we need to provide maybe more professional development, that we need to look at class sizes, that we need to do other components to assist with the disruptive behaviors in the class, and even addressing them. How do we address them? What are we doing about it? But our students are telling us that yes, behavior in class is impacting their learning, and at a much higher rate than we'd like to see. Because look at the yeses there. 36.4 of fifth graders said it, 43.6 at eighth, and 30.2 at 12th graders. So that is one of the primary areas that we are keeping at the forefront and going to work on. And in our action planning, that's one of the areas that we are putting an action plan together. One final one that I'd like to point out, learning method. So we ask our students kind of what learning methods they would like. Now, we don't just give them free rein. We associate the learning methods of choice to research-based learning methods, like certain learning methods that honestly have strong effect sizes, right? So we do a lot of Hattie work, and we'll look at what are things at 0.4 effect size or higher. So we don't just give them any option to choose from. These are all things that have a positive effect size of 0.4 or higher on student learning. And I will tell you, look at what they've chosen. Fifth grade, opportunities to choose how they represent their learning, meaning student choice. 57.3% of them said they would like more of that. Eighth grade, opportunities to revise work, quizzes, tests to represent accurate learning. 68.3% said they would like to have more of that available. And 12th grade, extended opportunities to demonstrate their learning so that it's not just maybe a one and done, and that they have absolutely opportunities to, and notice we don't say to improve your grade or to get a grade. We're not trying to make this about grades. We're trying to make this about learning. And so what are the extended opportunities to demonstrate learning? Everything up there is about learning. It was not about grades or improving grades. Grades will take care of themselves when we have the right work being done for learning. The grades will take care of themselves. We don't want kids just focused on grades. We want kids focused on learning. That'll be authenticity then. So in a nutshell, I won't go through all this. How is learning different here? Well, here's a few ways that learning is different here that we're trying to focus on. We're not perfect in all of these, but here is why we're trying to make learning different here too. We're trying to make it different because of some of the information in this slide that is strongly proven. And through that, a lot of this is different through different research. That's metacognitive research, right? Researchers studying research. And with that, through that information, these are the things that we're saying we've got to make all the doing the right work aligned to this slide. So if we're doing any work and putting a lot of extra time and effort in, we have to go back to this slide and say, what's it supporting this slide? If it doesn't support this slide, then we should stop doing it. Because this slide has been all the work that's been proven to assist student learning. Not by us either. So That's a very important slide, I think, for us to recognize and understand. Everybody's probably seen this caption before, but I really do love this one. Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it'll live its whole life believing that it is stupid. So that kind of goes back to what we're saying, and that is, how are we truly recognizing the uniqueness of every child? How are we recognizing the uniqueness of every staff member? And not living to, as I would call it, there are good C's and bad C's. Hopefully nobody has my first name in that bad C's of Christopher. But there are good C's and bad C's, right? Our 6 C's are our good C's. Creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, content, yes, content, and curiosity. Those are great C's. If we can honestly fulfill those for kids, I'm going to shock some of you. You know what I think some bad C's are that that education has really been known for a long time? Conformity. I don't know how we can say we preach conformity or push conformity if we believe in every child is different and unique. Then why would we be pushing conformity? Why would we be pushing practices that are about conformity, which go back to think about assessments. Assessments to kids or assessments with kids. Control. If we really want our kids to start to be better citizens and to make good choices, then we shouldn't control everything. We should be helping them to make better choices, but not controlling them on every choice. Giving them a little more voice to navigate what's the right choice to make. Why do you think that? So conformity and control, compliance. You know, in my era, people grew up, right? Get it done on time. I'm not saying that not turning in work on time should be great, right? You have to meet deadlines, timelines. It's part of life. But I will say we have to remember we're a learning institution. So as a learning institution, our first priority isn't necessarily to hold kids just to the accountability of the deadline and timeline and forget that, what about the learning? Like, okay, they didn't get it on time, but don't we still need to work with them to ensure that they learn what it is? To just give them a 0 and say, too bad, move on? So the 0 is more important than the learning. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I think teaching the child that deadlines are important is very important, but we can't use their lack of whatever reason it is of not getting in the work as to say, well, that's their responsibility, not mine, and we move on. We're about learning. We need to help the child to learn, which goes back to flexibility. We have no idea why that child didn't get their assignment in. Not everybody has the same home life that I had. So we need to understand those type of things. And I think if we don't and we focus on those C's that aren't the greatest, in my professional opinion, it leads to complacency, which is exactly what we battle sometimes. That we battle complacencies with kids. We might even battle it with adults. And we're battling complacencies because of those other C's that we have put at the forefront, which, in all honesty, are not the C's that are going to teach empowerment and move a district forward. Which goes to the next slide, which I won't go into. Our board deserves a lot of credit, and that is, boards are responsible for policy. Boards are not responsible for operations of districts. They charge that to others. Boards are responsible for governance, and governance is done through policy. Boards want to make sure their policies are being fulfilled and followed through. And they have done an excellent job on updating and revising and creating new policies in regards to that governance and where they want the district to go. And some of the primary ones are listed right here in regards to how student learning is shifting in this district based on their policies. So finally I go with, so last 2 slides, so what is the right work? You might have been sitting here going, so what is the right work then? Not doing more work, what's the right work? Well, here's some of the things that we've examined and said that we're going to focus on diligently this year. And when we create conditions, we want these bullet points to be at the forefront for creating the right conditions for students learning, improving their learning. This is not the only right work, right? We have to look at the finance side, the facility side, the technology side. We have so many sides of the equation, the Rubik's Cube, to make all these things come to fruition. But from a standpoint of student learning, this is what we're focusing on for the right work. And I really do love that Karen Lamb quote. A year from now, you may wish you had started today. I think we feel that way in a few of things that we're doing. And I can say, there's a few things that I would have liked to start 10 years ago, more or less today. So a great place to learn and work. These are our district challenges. They are not the only ones by any means. Notice I saved the challenges for the end, not the beginning. Let's talk about the accomplishments and celebrations that we do, but we do have challenges, right? And so these are some of the challenges our district is facing right now to make it a great place to learn and work. Maintaining increasing student learning environments that empower our learners. You might say, well, how's that a challenge? I won't go into that, but I think it's demonstrated quite clearly, right? I mean, if we're having to reduce staff, reduce programming, not being able to meet their interests and their passions, not being able to provide possibly the right professional development, we have the disciplinary issue that we want to address. But if we can't continue to maintain class sizes or have to increase class sizes, all these type of things, they lend itself to it's going to be very difficult for us to maintain learning environments that empower our learners. It'll become impossible at a certain point in time. Maintaining and increasing student achievement, maintaining and increasing student programming, maintaining student class sizes, maintaining student athletics and clubs, maintaining quality professional staff, as we know, that has become an issue, especially this past summer. Addressing facility maintenance replacements, addressing building and grounds improvements, maintaining and improving upon our current technology, addressing ongoing projectural structural deficits, such as the $1 million now that's projected for next school year, just for 1 year. Maintaining and increasing our fund balance. Maintaining and increasing student enrollment, as we all recognize the importance of student enrollment. Student enrollment is our revenue. But if we're having a hard time maintaining things or increasing things, we may have a hard time not only increasing student enrollment, we may have a hard time maintaining student enrollment, which then leads to more structural deficits. Building community support for high quality education. I think that's a district challenge. It's our goal, it's our focus, but we want to continue to build it. Creating a sense of stability amidst uncertainty. I think this one cannot be overlooked at all. I mean, we are in a very uncertain time. We know that. We have been. And I think the best thing you can do with uncertainty is try to provide stability. Because then at least people feel more safe, comfort, that something is stable. When they don't have stability, it just leads to more chaos because it leads to more uncertainty. Supporting the right work via policies, practices, program, facilities, staffing, technology, and budget that truly enhances learning is different here, and reducing our 4 C's. And I do want to add a couple more. These weren't even done by me. I was just at a recent conference, and a gentleman who I greatly respect, who's a former superintendent, was giving a presentation on the good things that go on in education, but also the challenges. And here are a couple other things that he listed that I was like, well, that applies to us too, applies to everybody. Here's a couple challenges he mentioned, and I'm like, I'm writing these down for the annual meeting. How will projected inflation impact our district? Natural gas and utilities, capital equipment purchases, bus transportation from fuel and drivers, and so on and so on. Is funding going to be a cliff item coming into the 2023-24 school year, he stated. And this is a gentleman who has a strong background in business. He said, which we've all talked about already. He goes, look, you have your federal ESSER dollars, right? We've all talked about it. One-time dollar funds, one time. And so he said off those one-time funds based upon where you invest them. But he goes, the problem is people are looking at them like they're ongoing funds. They're not. So how are they going to help a district in the long run? Because they're only short-term solutions. Legislation gave no increase to the revenue limits for the next 2 years. So there's no revenue limit increase for the next 2 years to the revenue limit formula. CPI is projected to be the highest it has been in years, obviously linked to inflation. So CPI, the Consumer Price Index, that's great. I mean, to a degree, I guess you could look at it negative and positive, right? Because it's related to inflation. Not so great. Good from the standpoint, hopefully people is getting truly the CPI, Consumer Price Index, to offset the inflation. The bad, can you actually afford the CPI? What happens if you can't afford the CPI as a business? Then what? So inflation is going up, that's what it's connected to, but we can't afford the CPI possibly. Moving the state aid. So yes, more state aid, I mean. So we're getting more state aid. I've heard that comment made numerous times. I've heard from legislators, Dr. Emery, where you're getting more state aid in education, not just East Troy, in education than ever before. I don't deny that. We're getting more state aid, but the pie has not increased. The pie was this much of how we were spending, and the pie is still this. Actually, it might be less. So we're not getting more to spend. That's the revenue limit, and the revenue limit did not get any extra dollars for the next 2 years. So all that's happening in the pie is shifting the pie of where the money's coming from. State aid, property taxes. So if we're getting more state aid, it's going to assist property taxes. And I'm not here saying that's bad, but it's not helping in spending of our expenditures. So a question that one person brought up at this meeting, which I thought was good, not this one, at the one I was at, was, well, if it's helping, and I just smiled, if it's helping, if state aid's helping on taxes, then will it help districts with referendums? Because it's supposed to assist with tax relief? So then can districts expect to get assistance with referendums from their communities? It's a valid question. I don't have the answer, but it's a good question. I thought it was a great question by that person, because everybody's feeling the same thing. You know, as we all recognize here, right, continued labor shortages, supply shortages. We're facing that a little bit in our food service department with supply shortages, right? So that it's throughout the state and nation on the food service line, but labor shortages are across the board. So we got, obviously, that's affecting things, and it'll affect possibly prices. So those are just some of the things, but those are some of the things he brought up, which I thought, wow, those are really good points. I'm really glad I came here and feeling so great about leaving. But it's true, it's a reality. Those are the challenges. So what I say about that is, I hope people have a better idea of all the wonderful things going on in our district. I hope people have an idea of what we're trying to make the district. From a standpoint, student learning is really at the forefront, and learner empowerment is the key with student voice and how we're going about doing that. And then these challenges, right? And I don't have the answer to all these. So if you're like, how about the challenges? We don't have the answer to all these things, but we're trying to balance them. Balance them, right? So that's the challenge a little bit. And Kathy will probably be somewhat indirectly hitting on those a little bit when she talks about our financial components next, when she talks about like student enrollments and just our revenues and expenditures. So you'll start to see more in depth where the funds are and the challenges associated to them. Thank you.
All right, financial components. Kathy.
Hi, my name is Kathy Zwergsdes, business manager here at East Troy Schools. Usually I'm the one with the doom and gloom in the presentation, so Dr. Hibner has already had a lot of the doom and gloom and taken a lot of my thoughts, and even Ted in his well-written letter. I'm just going to be re-emphasizing some of the things you've already heard tonight, trying not to repeat. Dr. Hibner left off with revenue limits. Revenue limits is what we have to deal with in our budget. It is not like a speed limit where you can go a little bit over, or even push it to 10 miles per hour over. A revenue limit is a hard and fast limit. There is a formula, and my understanding is no one has board packets. Kate's running to go get them, I think. But in your board packets, there's a slide for our board members who do have their board packets. This is the revenue limit worksheet. And basically, again, you plug in the numbers, and it is what it is. You cannot exceed it. Revenue limits are about 85%, if you can go back, of our overall school district revenues. So it's a big chunk. And once you work through the worksheet, there's only two big components: property taxes and state aid. And Dr. Hibner mentioned a lot of times there are news reports, state aid is increasing, state aid is increasing. And I often get the question, well, how much more money does that mean for your school? Nothing. Nothing when state aid only increases. If the revenue limit does not increase like it did this year, what Dr. Hibner is saying is that that circle of the pie is still exactly the same. It's just more money in state aid, less money in property taxes. Or if there's less money in state aid, more money in property taxes, again, if the revenue limits are not increasing. Go ahead, next slide. I look back at last year's annual meeting. I had something very similar to this slide, and the overall, at that time, 4-year projection was $470,000 deficit over the next few years. So you can see, if you look about 3 lines up, there was the old annual deficit. I changed one variable, and the one variable was a $0 per pupil increase now from the state. Before, it had $200 per pupil, which is about what we were getting the last few years. And that one variable has now changed the new annual deficit, if you go down one line, straight away across, to an $800,000 deficit. Not getting any new monies from the state, especially when we are in declining enrollment, which we are. But again, that variable didn't change here. It nearly doubled the amount of money that the deficit is. Now, what's the deficit? We have a hard time, sometimes people think, like, is that how much you need to cut? Yes, it's how much we need to cut. It is also called a revenue cap gap. We've coined that phrase. So basically, we estimate what our revenues going to be next year. We have to estimate how much enrollment we think there's going to be, how much, again, an increase from the state if it's the start of a biennial budget. If it's not the start of the biennial budget, like this next round will be, we know that we're not going to get any money per pupil. So, but there's a few other revenues that we estimate on and off. Estimate our revenues, and then we estimate our expenses. In general, we've been holding supply budgets flat, utilities budgets flat. Salaries and benefits have been going up CPI, as Dr. Hibner stated. So the CPI has been 1 to 2%, and again, that's what wages have increased by. There were a couple years where we froze wages, but in general, a 1 to 2% if you look back over the last 10 years. And then benefits, we generally hold between 1 and 3%. Anytime that there's increases like an 8% benefit increase in health insurance, we're knocking that back with changes to the health insurance, increasing employee deductibles, changing carriers, anything again to get that number down. But again, wanted to point out that the change in, if we take 200 per pupil across the board to 0 per pupil across the board, that's what it does to our revenue cap gaps, the differences between our expected revenues and our expected expenditures. So people often ask me, okay, so we have to increase this revenue limit, right? I say, yes, we do. Well, what can increase it? Other than some very small things that aren't really increases, like vouchers, if you look carefully at this formula sometime, private school vouchers are on here. Private school vouchers seem to be going up every year, and that artificially increases our revenue limit. Is it, again, money that we can spend here at East Troy? Absolutely not. We have to turn around and give that voucher to the private schools. So there's a few, I don't mean to say these are the only things, but these are, again, the major drivers. There's a few other smaller pieces that are minutia in the formula. So we can increase enrollment because revenue limit, it's, again, if you go up here into this corner, you get a per pupil amount times the number of per pupils that you have. So enrollment is one thing that can increase your revenue limit. What's another thing? As I just mentioned on the previous slide, if you have increases to the dollar amount from the state. So our revenue limit per member is $10,614.57, and next year it's $10,614.57, because again, $0 pupil increase. By the way, the low revenue ceiling, so the lowest amount any public school gets is $10,000. I was listening to a podcast recently, and the podcast talked about Wisconsin public schools are between $10,000 in per pupil revenue limits all the way to $21,000 per pupil revenue limits. So again, we're at $10,614.57. Pretty low amount for in comparison to what the spectrum is across the different schools in Wisconsin. And the third thing, what can increase a revenue limit, is referenda. Go ahead. This is an old slide. I didn't go through and update absolutely everything. We used this during our latest failed referenda attempt. And the blue line is East Troy's revenue limit per pupil, and the gray is the state average revenue limit per pupil. It just shows again when revenue limits were established in 1993. And because the way the funding formula works, you get a percentage increase or a 200 per pupil every year. Every year we're trailing behind. There is a spot in that graph that you can kind of see the gap got a little narrower. That is when East Troy Schools had a very small operational referenda for 10 years going on. The gap got a little bit smaller. You can see the gap's getting wider again. I don't know if I put the slide in. I think I did. There's a slide later where we show the disparity is growing again between schools who can pass a referenda and increase their revenue limit per pupil and schools who don't. Go ahead. Okay, so financial components. One of the greatest, again, financial components for us is enrollment. So on this slide, we have graphed head count, which means the kids that are in the buildings physically. If you walked around the school district, and we use the third Friday count, which is the official state count in September, but if you walked around our buildings and added up all the kids in the classrooms, what would it look like? So go ahead, Dr. Hibner. So that's our slide. And again, when your money is based on per kid and your trend is declining enrollment, that's what has a significant impact again on your budget. So you can see back in 2004, 2005, we were around 1,700 kids. Then we added 4K, and I shouldn't say we, I wasn't here at that point, but it was a very good decision whoever did, because again, you're trying to increase your enrollment for the revenue limit count. And we bumped up to 1,758 at that point with the addition basically of another grade, even though in the revenue limit formula, 4K counts as 0.6, half a day program with some parent outreach. So, but you can see again, declining enrollment, and there's a little dot above the very final year. So the original decline of this year down to 1437 in yellow and 1349 in black is if we took last year's enrollment and just pushed it forward. Roll forward is one of those methods we call it. And we knew that based upon our registration numbers in July and then what we were seeing in early September that we were higher than that this year. So I crept in here at one point in early September and just put a dot. At that time, the estimate was 1,507. Today, I've been working on that third Friday, September count that just occurred September 17th, and we're at 1,503. So pretty close again to what that dot was about 2 weeks ago. But we are a little bit higher than that worst case roll forward projection. So we have had some students back over last year. Go ahead. This is our open enrollment in and open enrollment out data. So here I don't even put an estimate for 21-22, but I can tell you again, because I've been working on the count, 21-22, we're down in open enrollment out by 10 students. We have 266 this year instead of 276, and we are up in open enrollment in to 135, up from 121. So overall, that's a positive trend. Again, you want your kids staying in your buildings, not choosing other schools, even though they might be right up along the border geographically to another school district. Now, turning to general fund components. So what do we spend our money on, and again, how do we get our revenues? So mentioned again, revenues are from the revenue limit, from property taxes and state aid. There's also a per pupil aid. It was started about 5-6 years ago as just a multiplier of money outside of the revenue limit formula. Unfortunately, that was also in the biennial budget this year set at 0. So there's no increase in the revenue limit formula, no increase in the per pupil aid either. So the per pupil aid accounts for about 5%. Property taxes account for 61%. That state aid is 23% here, and other is 11%. And some of you sitting in the audience may have heard of like state aid is supposed to be 2/3 funded for public schools, and you can see we have 23%, less than 1/3. It's 2/3 for all of the school districts in the state of Wisconsin. So that's an average, the 2/3. It's not, again, a per district look. In general, the more property value you have per student, the less state aid you're going to get. The more property value per student, the less state aid you're going to get. And we have quite a bit of property value within the East Troy School District boundaries. 21-22 expenditures. Oh, I'll use this slide because it's almost the same. Oh, okay, you went back. Sure. So in a school district, your resources are your staff. The, again, wonderful staff that we have that do what they do to help our students, which is why, again, we are here as a school district, is students. So salaries and benefits make up a large portion of our budget. You can see they're 71%. And I will even say that the 11%, which is open enrollment, is also salaries and benefits because we are paying other school districts to have teachers and staff educating our kids. So we're really at about 82% that's spent on salaries and benefits and 18% on other. I'm going to turn to property tax information now. So how, the school district manages its money is one topic, and how we get our money is one topic, but often the community wants to know, well, what are my taxes going to be this year? So we have a couple slide on taxation information here at the annual meeting. Over the last 5 years, on average, we've gone up 1.2% per year on taxes. You can see some years were 0, our high was 2.88, but again, the last 5 years, 1.2% per year. In 2021, which is the last year that we have official data because this will be set at the October meeting, the East Troy mill rate, which is the tax rate per $1,000 of home value, was $8.72, and the state average is $9.22. Okay. Again, just another more visual form of the tax levy. And we were very proud that when the referendum passed to build the Little Prairie School and do the renovations at the high school, that one debt was falling off, the debt from building Prairie View, and we were able to layer in the new debt essentially with no property tax levy change. So again, that's what we like to point out on this graph. And how does our mill rate compare to our local schools, not just the state average? You can see here, looking geographically around and also with our Rock Valley Athletic Conference, we are 4th lowest. There's another chart in your appendices if you want to view that as well. And then you can see how our mill rate has changed over the years. Go ahead. And a lot of times, again, the factor that drives our taxes is how much state aid we're getting. This year, in the projections, we do have a fairly significant loss of state aid, about 13%, but with the revenue limits held flat, it's only taking a toll of about 1.1% increase on the overall levy. Plus, I'm going to say this a lot tonight, these are all just still projections. We get a lot of final numbers in October. October 15th is actually when our final state aid is released. And based upon a couple factors like we did not spend to our budgeted amount last year, that actually will make our state aid go up. So we like to go into this annual meeting with a higher estimate of our tax levy, and then in October at your official setting of the levy meeting that we do not exceed that amount. Okay? I'm not going to go into this slide a lot tonight because if it were a year where our mill rate's going up a lot or where our property tax levy is going up a lot, I like to try to explain with what's going on in the world of property values. You can see that overall we have a 7% most recent year change in equalized values. That means home values are doing well here. They are increasing nicely. It's about the state average, by the way. And again, I won't go into this. It's again that same point of if your revenue limit doesn't change and your state aid changes, you can see property taxes go up or down, but the school district isn't levying any more dollars. Go ahead. And I won't go into this one either. Again, that's oftentimes if I'm trying to explain in a year where we're going to have a higher tax levy increase, but we're not this year. East Troy Community School District tax levy, I want to bring up that 8 municipalities feed into the East Troy School District. Town of East Troy has the biggest chunk there, and Village of East Troy, I believe, is the second largest. Okay? And now we're going to go to the part of the night that is the treasurer's report. So Bob Dignan over there is our treasurer, and I'd like to offer the opportunity for him to say anything he'd like, or I can also comment.
Generally speaking, I find that the feedback you give, Kathy, is a lot more thorough than that which I provide, so I don't mind leaning on you, and I would encourage you to jump in as well. As far as the treasurer's report goes for 2021, they are included in the annual packet if you'd like to refer to them in there, and I'm not going to bore you with reading the table to you that's in there. It's important to note that the external audit has already been completed of the budget. We should have those numbers by the end of the year. So I would expect at the December meeting, we will be able to review those. In general, the state of Wisconsin determines how much money our school district is legally permitted to raise through a combination of state aid and property taxes without a public referendum, and this is referred to as the revenue limit, as we've talked about. The one area that we continually come back to as we go back to the referendums that have failed and the discussions that we have had, it's important to recognize that while East Troy has been frugal going back to 1993 when the original limits were set, really 2011, 2012 was a kick in the teeth, not just to East Troy, but to districts around the state. In our case, in the 2010-2011 year, our total revenues, not including transition services, were $16,680,000. At that time, we saw a 7.56 decrease in the total amount of revenues that we were allowed to utilize as a district. It was not until 2018, 2019 that we got back over that 2010, 2011 number when we were again able to use revenues of $16,832,000. Effectively, over an 8-year period, we saw a dip in the revenues that we were allowed to use, and from 2010 to 2011, we effectively saw a 0.9% increase in the revenues comparing those 2 years. During that same time, the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, went from a level of 218.1 to a level of 251.1, which represented a 15% increase in costs. The analogy I always like to use in that situation is, imagine if you talked to your parents or your grandparents about their Social Security, and they shared with you that over an 8 to 9 year period, they saw a 1% increase when the price of milk went up by 15%. That's effectively what districts have been facing. As we go forward now, what we are looking at, and I want to get these numbers correct here. Since the reduction of 2011, fewer dollars have been added back to public schools, and it took until 2018-19 to surpass those levels. Since the cost of goods and services to the district has continued to increase at a faster rate than district revenue, in order to manage the subsequent shortfalls, the district has already cut its budgets by over $8.2 million in the last 14 years, and we are now looking to reduce another $780,000 for the coming fiscal year. We do have some high points as we look at where we sit for this year. As Kathy mentioned, we did see a mill rate projected decrease from 9.18 per thousand to $8.72 per thousand, so a mill rate drop of just a little over 5%. We are also concluding the year with $1,013,599 more in revenues than expenses, and that's taking place in the COVID year with fewer expenses after we factor in the ESSER funds. This is also after $121,000 was reserved for our next Chromebook replacement cycle, and it allows the board and the district $892,599 in the 21-22 budget, which the district may have to apply either to the HVAC investment at the middle school, or we have other options as well in the way of continued long-term, working towards our long-term goal of eliminating short-term borrowing.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Hibner? So the next part of our meeting is then the presentation of the 21-22 budget. So Mr. Dignan recapped 2021, and again, we've mentioned it in the slides already. We have the start of the next biennial budget with no per pupil increase in either the revenue limit or the per pupil aid. There was a small increase in special ed aid. I have that worksheet pulled up. That is gonna help us with about $100,000. And then we have ESSER 3 funds and the remaining ESSER 2 funds. The remaining ESSER 2 funds is about $200,000, and then ESSER 3 funds is about $1.7 million. And again, a lot, but as Dr. Hibner mentioned, it's one-time funds. So the problem when you use that, let's say to bridge the gap, the revenue cap gap again for, let's say the 22-23 budget that we have upcoming, is you won't have those revenues come the 23-24 budget. So again, final student counts are still pending, and right now, when I'm working on that revenue limit worksheet that I pointed out on page 17, there are other lines that are hold harmless exemptions. When we are already 3 months into the budget cycle, because public schools budget cycle begins in July, the one good thing is when you have changes like declining enrollment greater than you projected, they will hold you harmless for 1 year, and you actually make that cut then in 22-23. So we'll be putting all of those pieces of the puzzle together in October, and November, December, you'll have the Baird forecasting model updated for the future. So we talked a lot about how much budget balancing has been done over many, many, many years. So, you know, again, what does declining enrollment, not being able to pass an operational referendum, and no increases from the state budget cycles do? The school board has taken action each and every year to balance the budget. The funding hasn't kept pace with increasing cost of expenditures, but I'm very proud that this board takes the hard decisions each and every year to balance the budget. Otherwise, you would be in a situation of dissolution, for example. So basically, again, making the difficult decisions is important to keep a school district sustainable. I'm going to read here, in the past 15 years, the district has reduced $9.1 million as revenues have not kept pace with expenditures, including reducing $780,000 for this upcoming cycle in 21-22. Budget deficits over the years have been met by reducing staff, reconfiguring positions after attrition, reducing salaries and benefits, including retirement, refinancing debt, taking cost avoidance approaches in areas such as energy efficiencies, and analyzing every possible budget line item for measures to operate in cost-saving approaches. A specific list of reductions and additions used for balancing the 21-22 budget in the spring of 21 by this board is also included in your packets. Again, I apologize, there are not page numbers on the packet, so it's a little hard to tell, but it's 1, 2, 3 full pages in from the back. It has kind of that weather map on the top right corner. That is the detail of the budget reductions for this 21-22 cycle. Again, we always look at our immediate next year, but we also have a 5-year projection tool. And again, it's looked this way for more than 10 years, where there's been not much change in, again, those key variables. We've had declining enrollment, we've had limited monies from the state, and no additional operational referenda. And the annual balancing process, again, that's what that sheet looks like, 3 pages from the back. And it is, I'm going to point out here, a constant struggle of what's important to one person is not to another. So when the board makes those tough decisions of what to reduce, they really do have to come together and try to do what's best for the school districts as a whole, even though, again, individual people have a lot of different opinions. Some say athletics should go, some say technology should go, some say forget maintenance, some say get rid of administration. So we have to make the decisions, the board and the administration together, that are best interests of the entire organization. Again, each and every year, the board has taken action to balance the budget. That's kind of the passage that I read of all the different areas that we've touched. Okay. And then again, that's, you know, when Ted used the number over 14 years, and then I added in this last year and made it over 15 years. That's our chart that we always look at of what our gaps have been. Go ahead. And then again, a little bit more detailed information about this year, and even more information that 3 pages in. But again, this year we were trying to reduce about $780,000. We added to the budget $35,000. Reduced, I think it was 6.48 FTE for $487,000, and then some other items made up, again, the difference between those two. Just a slide of things we've cut, reduced, health insurance, retirement insurance, and balanced the budget over many years. We take advantage of grants and gifts as much as possible, so we want to mention that as small a percentage in the overall budget for revenues, grants and gifts are. We try to do as much as we can, but never, you know, leave a stone unturned that way. So these are some of the grants that we've recently either had to apply for or just make claims towards. So safety grants, peer-reviewed mentoring, special ed transition readiness. Again, you can read the slide. And then this references, Dr. Hibner mentioned it in the celebrations, that there are 18 districts that score AA1 in financial ratings. We are one of many that are in the AA2 category, but we're proud of the AA2 category that we continue to maintain. And this was a graph that I mentioned before, that the disparity is growing between school districts that are able to pass operational referenda and those that aren't. And I just did 2 years here, did not update. The average per pupil change, if you had a referenda passed in 1819, was $346, and by 1920 that had grown to $567. And then I did, well, what if East Troy had that? What if we had 350 more per pupil? What if we had 570 more per pupil? The same podcast that I said I was listening to, where they talked about school districts in Wisconsin are between 10,000 and 21,000 in revenue limit per member. And we, again, are at 10,600 on the low end of the spectrum. The people talking said, oh, there's not much difference in once you add more funds. And I thought, oh my goodness, if we had even $1,000 more, if we were at $11,600 per pupil instead of $10,600 per pupil, you know, times our 1,500 kids, that would be 1.5 more million. Think what we could do with in our budget with 1.5 million more. So don't tell me that it doesn't make much of a difference between $10,000 per pupil and $21,000 per pupil. This is something we did for the referendum. Again, I thought I'd bring it up. It's not updated since the referendum, but it's a heat map. And it tried to analyze, you know, because again, sometimes people will say, well, what's different here versus Elkhorn or versus Mukwonago or so on. And over time, I found it's not one simple answer. Sometimes they have positive open enrollment. They have more kids coming in than out. That's a financial boom, a financial benefit. Sometimes they're just large districts. If you have economies of scale and you have enrollment over 3,000, that's a benefit. Sometimes they have an operational referendum in place. Whitewater's a great example of that. Look at how much sometimes they're collecting via operational referenda. Sometimes you have increasing enrollment, not declining enrollment. And then there's also union high schools have a certain benefit to them in the revenue limit formula. So we took all these components that we've been seeing and we overlapped them. And the red on the map is districts that have 4 or more of those positive components going on. It's like a little heat map. And darker orange has 3 or more of those positive situations going on. And again, you can see East Troy and Palmyra were on there with not having any of those. I think Johnson Creek is the other one up north, but in proximity to us, it was that situation. And between 2 that have red going on. Okay. And now, Ted, another separate portion of the meeting tonight. Okay. And then I'll go into the next few slides to help frame what the budget looks like. So we have different funds. When you look at this page in the annual meeting booklet, it summarizes these different funds. I'm going to skip over general fund. 21, Special Revenue Trust, is our gifts donations fund. All of our school clubs are in there because they predominantly collect money through fundraisers. 27 is our special education fund, anything that's required to be coded special education. 30 is our debt services, and we specifically have a 39 going on right now, the referendum approved debt service to build Little Prairie and make some renovations throughout the district. 49, we no longer have, that's where the referendum funds were deposited and had to be spent within 3 years of the approval of the referendum. And then I go back to 10. So 10 is anything that's not required to be coded in those special categories. Okay, go ahead. Oh, I forgot some. Second slide, didn't all fit on one slide. 50 is food service, 70 is a trust. They had changed the rules in 70 recently, and a lot less got to be put in 70. We only have one scholarship that's officially in a trust, and that is the only thing remaining in 70 anymore. And then 80 is our community service fund that might have community rec programs, daycare services, anything like that going on in Fund 80. A long-term debt, I've mentioned it a couple times tonight. How much is remaining on that 2015 past referendum? $19,260,000. It's due to expire March 1st, 2036 right now. Okay. And yes, if anyone, so that's a little overview of the budget, and then it goes into pages here where it breaks down the budget. But yes, if anybody had questions at this point on some of those pages, or feel free to email me anything you want to ask too.
Okay. Would anybody like to have any, or, yeah, if you could stand up to the microphone and.
So are we saying we still owe 19 million on the 2015 referendum?
Yes,
Correct.
that's like on an amortization schedule, similar to like a mortgage in a house where we pay it in September and March every year, principal payments.
Okay. I've heard mentioned many times past the referendums that have failed, et cetera. And this isn't something that's going to necessarily be addressed tonight, but I feel like the best way to increase funds is not by, yeah, it's really easy to increase a referendum, funds through referendums, but the best way to increase monies is by investing in the education. And the education in our classrooms, starting from kindergarten, bringing back phonics into the kindergartens, bringing back the graded scale system, making sure we are teaching history, making sure we're teaching these important things, and eliminating anything else that is not necessary for an educational experience. Because we don't need another, that's not going to fix the overall problem of declining enrollment, another referendum. But if we increase the educational, really focusing our finances on making sure we have the correct curriculum in, and not things that are bringing in other politicizing education. But I think if we bring back the phonics, the graded scale system, that'll help increase our enrollment and increase the quality of education. so that we don't have to worry about being short every year because we're losing students. So that's just my thoughts in the overall thought that we're talking about tonight.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any comments or questions on the budget? Okay, then I'll close the hearing on the budget, and then we have a few resolutions here that any member of the district can make the motion on these resolutions. And the first one is an adoption of the tax levy. Anybody like to make a motion to adopt that?
Mr. Chairperson, be it resolved that there be a levied school tax against all taxable property within the district in the sum of $15,643,720 necessary to operate and maintain the school system and to finance the capital outlay and debt service of said system for the 2021-2022 school year, which budget is approved.
Okay, do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Give that one to Steve. Is there any discussion or other comments on that motion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And this is for everybody to vote on, so. Opposed? All right, motion carries. The next one is Resolution B for the salaries of the school board members. Anybody like to make a motion? Currently, it's $2,500. It's been that way for 3 or 4 years, 5 years.
Just read this thing.
Pretty much.
Mr. Chairperson, may it be resolved that the Board of Education's salary be set at $2,500 for the 2021-22 school term.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion.
I'm wondering if the board has always been paid. Has there been a time when the board does not take a salary? I read a lot about this week.
That I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure.
So we've had some conversations about this. Kathy and I have had discussions. It is possible to forego your salary as a member of the board. It's incredibly difficult. Well, it's more difficult to do it than you would think, and it's governed by state law.
I know there's tax implications.
Well, and there's questions about tax implications, but it is possible to forego if you wish to as well. I guess one of the comments I have, this has been a hot topic in the state of Wisconsin recently because there have been some annual meetings where this subject has been discussed. And one of the issues, I had that question 2 years ago. And I guess one of the things that I do worry about a little bit is I worry about the idea that with the amount of time commitment that the board does take, I think we need to be careful about, I mean, nobody's sitting up here because this is a quick ticket to get wealthy. But at the same point in time, there is a level of commitment that's expected. And quite frankly, just as I go down the row here of people, and the people that have been at this table long before I was on the board, they are very often the most generous people in the community when it comes to supporting the programs in the school. And so I think we want to be careful. I think it's great to be, as board members, I think it's great to be generous with our time, with our talents, with our gifts. But I also think we want to be careful as we're putting demands on the time of board members to make it I don't think we want to make it a number that's so low that it maybe dissuades people who might otherwise be willing to be part of the process.
That's fine. I've sat through hours of listening to this board discuss expenses, some of which are incredibly small. And if I need to make a donation of my salary back, I will do it that way. And I also understand it's a very slippery slope to suddenly not be paid. We are expected to contribute many more hours than you see us sitting here. And so certainly, you know, a gesture of payment is nice, but also not why I ran to be on the school board. So that's fine, and the motion can sit the way it sits, and I can handle that the way I personally want to handle that, but I just, for as many hours as we've spent looking at expenses, you know, $12,500 is something, so I just wanted to ask the question.
Sure. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay. All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Next one is Resolution C, to set the date and time for the 2022 annual meeting.
To make that one, Mr. Chairperson, may it be resolved that the 2022-23 annual meeting be set for September 26, 2022 at 6 p.m.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion with that time and date for next year? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is Resolution D, acquisition of real property. This just allows the board or the school district to purchase or lease property, or I'm sorry, just purchase property if something would come up throughout the school year.
Mr. Chairperson, may it be resolved that the East Troy Community School District may purchase real property, either land and/or buildings.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. And the last one, Resolution E, leasing of property. Same type of thing.
We can do that one too. Mr. Chairperson, may it be resolved that the East Troy Community School District may lease school sites, buildings, and equipment not needed for school purposes to any person for any lawful use at a reasonable rental.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on that motion? Okay. All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Any new business for the annual meeting? Does anybody have anything?
No.
Okay. Just need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? We are adjourned. We'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll start our regular meeting right here. This meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This meeting of the East Troy School District Board of Education and all other meetings of the board are open to the public in compliance with state statute. Notice of the meeting has been sent to the media and/or has been publicly posted in an attempt to make the citizens of the district aware of the time, place, and agenda of this meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for this evening.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right. Any discussion on the agenda? All right, all in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Then we have the minutes of the August 23rd, 2021 meeting. Anybody like to make a motion to approve them?
I will make a motion to approve the minutes of the August 23rd, 2021 regular school board meeting.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion, comments, changes? Okay. All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. Public participation. I'm just going to read the statement. A reminder for any citizen that is speaking during public input to complete the sign-in sheet by the door to accurately provide administration with name, address, phone number, email, and topics of suggestion, gratitude, or concern. This will help the administration with any follow-up if needed. Finally, the public comment period is an important time for the Board of Education to hear concerns, gratitude, etc., of its constituents. That said, prior to making any statement, please be aware that each speaker bears the personal risk if anything he or she says during public comment of the school board meeting, if it is defamatory, slanderous, or otherwise harmful to another individual. I do have the sign-in sheet. Hopefully everybody that wanted to speak is signed in. The first one on here is Ed Hinsberger.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ed Hinsberger. I've been a resident of East Troy for almost 5 years and have 2 sons in the school district. I'd like to bring up the topic of ethics with the board tonight, specifically Mr. Ames. I myself worked for 17 years in various aspects of government and for several agencies. Every one of those agencies had at least yearly ethics training. When talking to the public, once you identify yourself as a government agency employee in the agency or school board you work for, you are no longer speaking as a private citizen, but as a representative for that agency. Full stop, there's no room for discussion on that. The Supreme Court's ruled every case since 1953. Once you say you're a government employee and work for a government agency, you're speaking in your official capacity. Most of the time, it is either part of their official duties or relatively harmless. Where it becomes an issue is when they start making demands or attempting to use their position to intimidate citizens, thereby violating their rights. Wisconsin 946.12, misconduct in public office, and 18 U.S.C. 242 both make this abundantly clear. A private citizen can tell somebody else to be quiet or sit down with no consequence. However, when someone identifies themselves as a government official and begins making orders, it becomes clear it's a color of law violation. It also irreparably damages the trust in that organization. So just because I disagree about having 90 apartments put on school property behind my house, and Mr. Ames disagrees with me and starts telling me to be quiet, to sit down, to relax, saying that my property values are going to go up. I've never seen apartment buildings that large raise property values. I took an oath many years ago to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I take that oath seriously, whether it was my 3 combat deployments to Afghanistan or standing up when a government official overreaches their duties and tries to silence the public. That's not okay. If it continues, if you continue to try to use your government elected position to try to silence people, I absolutely will go to the U.S. Attorney. I'll talk to the Wisconsin Attorney General, and I'll do the recall election. Speaking as a government official, it stops when you start giving people orders.
Thank you. Kelly?
Hello, I'm Kelly Gettner. I have one son in the district at Prairie View, and I'm speaking on the topic of COVID protections. So my son, I contacted most of you, was exposed on day 2 of school. I was very concerned about this. Fortunately, he did not get sick. He was wearing a mask, which I believe did protect him. And a lot of the pushback that I got was hearing that COVID does not affect children. And then when I reached out to a lot of members of the community, I heard a lot of this misconception as well. So in this reading material that I provided, this is showing that, yes, COVID is making children sick. 1/3 of the new cases in the state is affecting children. And while not many children are dying from it, a lot of children are experiencing the long hauler effects, which we don't know exactly what this is going to affect over their lifetime, but a lot of these long hauler effects are serious. And if you turn to the next page, there's a few studies cited here about how mask requirements do work, talking about, now of course masks are not perfect. I'm not going to say they are. I'm not going to say that the mask is the only reason my son didn't get sick. I'm very thankful he did not get sick. And I'm up here because I care about not just my son, but all the kids in this school. And so this talks about how counties without school mask requirements experience larger increases in their pediatric COVID-19 case rates. And there's some nice bar graphs that I won't bore you with all the numbers, but it talks a lot. And unfortunately, if you go further in this packet, there is a news article that I supplied on, let me just turn to this. So in Fort Atkinson, a child died last week from COVID, and the schools did make the emergency call to put masks back in school as a temporary decision until their school board could call a full vote. And I don't want that to happen in East Troy. I'm concerned about all of our children. I know none of us wants that to happen, and I think that is a very real concern. And the very, very first page, if you turn to this summer, 500 pediatricians, physicians, medical professionals wrote this open letter about how we could keep schools open safely and keep from closing. And now, if you're looking for medical advice, maybe you get a second opinion. If you don't like the first opinion, maybe you get a third opinion. If 500 doctors tell you something and you're going to ignore that, what is that? Do we know better than 500 doctors? Are we listening to the 500 doctors? I think we need to have our kids wearing masks. So what these doctors suggested, very first bullet point is we need to mask up. They say studies show that universal masking prevents the spread of COVID-19, and masks are safe for children as young as 2 years old. And then their second bullet point, if masks are only one layer of protection. So maintain 3 feet of distance between people whenever possible. Now, I know we had the plexiglass dividers last year, and we don't have those this year. I don't see any reason why we can't put those back up. And then, of course, those who can get vaccinated should get vaccinated. Obviously, that is a much more personal choice because that is something that every parent needs to decide for themselves. And then, of course, follow simple public health recommendations, which wash your hands, cover your coughs. But I think we need to get this messaging out to parents because I think a lot of parents don't have all the proper information to make the correct decisions. And I think as a school, we need to be leading this charge to protect our children that are under your care. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christine Lira, and I'm a parent of a 4th and a 7th grader. in the East Troy School District, and I just wanted to share an email that I sent to the board last week and Dr. Hibner. So at the end of last school year, I sent Dr. Hibner an email praising the district for all its excellent efforts and precautions taken in the East Troy District for its excellent, skipped a line, to curtail the spread of COVID. Shortly after my email, the mask mandate was dropped. I was very disappointed at this is how the year ended, but in June, cases in Wisconsin had dropped down to around 100 new cases a day, and I was able to somewhat understand the district's position. This past week, we've seen close to an average of 3,000 new cases a day in Wisconsin, and I can't understand why we are not requiring masks in the schools to help lower the spread. Last year at this time, there were 0 cases in the district, and now in the first few weeks, we've already had 43. The second day of school, my daughter too had a close contact in her classroom with a student who tested positive. Is this the safe learning environment that I would expect East Troy schools to provide for my child? Last year, the district was in person every single day, which I thought was really impressive. This year, the first few weeks, we already had a class go virtual because of several cases. Is this a coincidence? Of course not. It's due to the fact that the district was following the CDC recommendation and having students wear masks last year. Science and now data from our own East Troy schools this year and last year have proved that masks work. Why does the district think it's safe not to follow the CDC recommendations this year? What are we teaching young people with not requiring masks? All citizens of the world are supposed to be doing their part to combat this global pandemic. But our district is teaching students we don't need to worry about others or our world as a whole. Wearing masks is not about just protecting ourselves, but protecting the more vulnerable populations. By not wearing masks, we are teaching students that you don't need to care about others. Just worry about yourself and make sure you're comfortable. Is this really the message we want to instill in students, to be self-centered, not care about others, and not worry about the common good? If the district did such a great job implementing the mitigation strategies that clearly worked last year, why can we not continue with them? I'm a high school teacher in a neighboring district, and I have yet to see a single student who has suffered due to wearing a mask to school. My 2 daughters in the East Troy schools continue to wear their masks this year, but I think it's really hard to put kids in this difficult place due to peer pressure, especially at the middle school, as it's not a popular choice to be wearing masks in our district. Why can we at least not have a mask requirement for kids 11 and under who are not yet eligible for the vaccine? It's not fair to give this age group no protection when case numbers continue to surge since you last evaluated your policies in June. I'm wondering what the threshold is for requiring masks. I would hate to think that the district is waiting for a student to die from COVID before requiring masks like what occurred in a town not so far away from here. Our district mission statement talks about the betterment of both students and the community. Is our current mask policy a reflection of bettering our students by allowing so many students to get sick and spread COVID freely in our schools? Is bettering our community defined by allowing cases to skyrocket in the schools, which inevitably pours out into the community, and not take any action to prevent this? I know I'm not the only parent that's concerned about a lack of mitigation strategies occurring in our district this year. Please take mine and other parents' similar viewpoints into consideration. I ask that you not only take your own personal opinion into account when deciding what is safest for our district during this current surge of the pandemic, but also consider the data, the CDC's recommendation for schools, and medical experts' guidance. Thank you for your time and all your hard work to make our district a safe place for all students to learn. And then I have one other letter that I was asked to share by Jonas Swanson. And his message says, to the East Troy Community School District Board and Superintendent, we're writing out of extreme concern for the unsafe learning and working environment you have created for students this year. We are thankful for friends who are sharing this letter with the board today, as we are at home in COVID isolation and quarantine because 2 members in our family contracted COVID from attending school in the East Troy Community School District. One was too young to be vaccinated, the other was vaccinated. Both wore masks with filters because they wanted to keep themselves, the community, and the learning environment safe. Our current situation has caused so many problems and pain. We would not wish this on anyone. Our family is split between 2 levels of our house, unable to see and interact with each other, except through text and occasional Google Meet for a very distant outside gathering. We're losing accumulated sick time and suffering 26 days of unpaid leave. We are an immunocompromised family and are praying that there are no long-term effects for our infections and that the other members of our family will stay safe and healthy. This situation is dangerous for our family the situation is dangerous. The mental, physical, and emotional tolls are enormous. In the last 16 days, the district has recorded almost half the number of COVID-positive cases than the district recorded for the entire 2020-21 school year. Last year, Prairie View recorded a total of 23 cases. They are now at 19, and we know that number is still rising. The district's no mask, no distance, no quarantine policy is not working. It's time to listen to the scientists and follow the CDC recommendations of masking students, particularly those younger than 11 who are not able to be vaccinated. The most effective, safest way to provide an in-person school is to require students to wear a mask. The data is indisputable. Masks reduce the spread of COVID and save lives. This is not about politics or about popularity, but about health, safety, and morality. We need to be doing what we can to protect the health and safety of our students, families, teachers, and community. It's time to do the right thing, to love the neighbor and come together as a community to show why East Troy is the best place to live, learn, and grow. Let's be an example of what community and good citizenship is all about. Please reinstate mandatory masks at least until our youngest are able to be vaccinated and case rates in Wisconsin are lower. We want to provide a safe place for students to thrive, not a place where students and teachers are just trying to survive. Respectfully, Jonas Swanson and family. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Barb Holtz. I live at 2019 Division Street. First of all, thank you for all the hard work that the board has done, school board. If you're not familiar, 4 of my kids grew up in this district. I was Chamber of Commerce Director, very active on economic development committees as well. I wish that today at this public meeting, at your annual meeting, where are our state representatives? They should be here. If the state had a windfall, they should be sharing it with the school districts, and I let them know. I sent them my representatives' emails as a way. But as you know, I know that you've been negotiating the Chester Burns property next to my house. I live on the railroad and the East Troy School driveway, so I'm a little protected there. But when I heard that you guys were negotiating with the Planning Commission, and now that the Village Comprehensive Plan has changed and the zoning could change for that, what I'm asking is, I know that things you were going to build there. I knew we needed to sell that. If I had the money, I'd have bought it long ago, and but I don't. But I cannot foresee losing the charm of our neighborhood. And to 90 apartments there, and I can't imagine 200 cars if you get 90 apartments, you've got 200 cars and just on that property on 4 acres. So what I'm asking you is, when you negotiate this, and I know the zoning requests are already with the village board and the planning commission. So what I'm asking, if you would talk with this contractor, see if you can negotiate a smaller imprint on that property. I mean, and actually I can see attracting families, but I think townhomes or condos would be great there. I think apartments are more couples and individuals. I know that Torontomy is building a ton of apartments out there in 120, and I know the Belinsky has built the homes as well. So hopefully we will get more students to the school district. I'm hoping so. But I would really appreciate if somehow you could negotiate to get a smaller imprint on that property, you know, so that it isn't that many apartments. Thank you.
Thanks, Barb. Jeremiah.
Good evening. I'm Jeremiah. I live in East Troy. I have a daughter at Prairie View and a son at the middle school. And I wanted to take some time and share my journey on my thoughts around masks, okay? I am an accountant, so I take a very logical and methodical approach when I'm looking at different items, okay? So the first thing I did is I looked at what some of the research says. For my research, COVID spread by particles that are expelled from human breath, okay? The primary source is when people talk and sneeze. The droplet sizes can be large and small. Large particles are typically 20 to 30 micrograms, and the small are 10 or less micrograms. Okay? When you first speak, you're expelling large droplets. This is kind of important because this was the first step in kind of how I thought through kind of this process of, will this work? Then I look at the actual transmittal of COVID, okay? In diseases in general, for a disease to survive, it has to have a transmission rate of greater than 1 to 1, which means an infected individual needs to transmit that disease to at least one person for the disease to survive. If it's less than 1, the disease will die out. There's not enough hosts. It's not viable. COVID has typically been shown to have a transmission rate of anywhere from 2.4 to 5.7 as its transmission rate. So if no mitigation factors are in place, one infected individual is going to infect typically 2 to 6 other people. Then those people will turn around and infect 2 to 6 more people. This is how community infection spreads. And this is the case for flus and colds as well. It's not just related to COVID, okay? So when we talk about preventing the transmission, we need to talk about ways of reducing the transmission. So I said, okay, what can we do? So I looked at what means are there? There's surgical masks, N95s, not really available to most individuals. They also have specialized fitting over faces. So I talked about and I researched basic cloth masks, 3-layer cloth masks. According to the CDC, cloth masks aren't intended to reduce the transmission by 100%. Okay? That's not the idea with transmission mitigation. What a cloth mask will do is it will reduce the transmission by 50 to 70% of large particles and small aspirated particles. Okay? If we can mitigate 50 to 70% of the particles that are coming out of the potential exposure, we can get the transmission rate to a maybe 1 to 1 or less than 1. And then we can see rates declining. But everybody has to universally wear those masks for that to happen. One person wearing a mask is not going to reduce that transmission rate. So that's great, but kids will be kids, right? I think the exact same thing. But my wife, for the past 2 years, has worked for CISA, Head Start, as a 4K teacher. Now, if there's going to be a group of children that are going to play with their masks and not wear them correctly, it's going to be 4-year-olds, right? Kids will be kids. I ask her all the time, how are your kids doing with this? What are they saying? What are they doing? And she has said over this past year, when CISA instituted you must wear a mask, which they are doing this year as well, the kids felt no ill effects. They didn't play with the masks. After about 2 weeks, it was a normal part of the routine. 4-year-olds can learn to wear a mask. They had no transmissions during that year. This is one simple thing that we can do as a community to keep people safe and do our part to reduce the spread. So I know it's a very hot topic and there's passion on both sides. If the studies didn't show that, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't wear it, okay? I am an accountant. I look at the numbers. I think through things logically. If I look at your balance sheet and I look at your income statement and you're running in the red, I have a tough discussion with you and say, do you think you should be in business? What's other ways that we can now make your business viable? This three-layer cloth mask can allow us to keep kids in the school learning in an environment that provides the socialization that online does not and allows that teacher interaction. I implore you to think logically and dispassionately about this topic and put those needs of those kids and keep those accomplishments that we had talked about earlier in mind. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dave Banks. I'm a parent of 2 children in the school district, resident of East Troy. I stayed last month's meeting as well as I've attended in the past, and I have to applaud you, the board and the leadership of the schools, for your endurance, your creativity, and patience as you navigate the wide range of topics on your plates. Y'all have chosen the responsibility to help serve and guide the community, and that is beyond commendable. Please know it is appreciated. Tonight, I briefly wanted to mention 2 areas. The first area I'm just going to jump right into. I'm hopeful this outside perspective will provide some insight from a parent perspective, and it's likely that within my comments on the second topic, or even the first one, I may point out something that's not in popular view. And I hope the residents viewing, and I want myself to be seen because there's something I feel passionate about. I hope you can all appreciate the points that I'm going to bring up and try to think beyond any predisposed perspective you may have on any of these hot topics. The first point is with regard to a referendum. If you decide to do a referendum, which it's abundantly clear is going to be needed, please do not do a referendum vote when spring break is occurring. I want you guys to I'm on your team, okay? And we want to see it pass. Okay, I'm going to go into the second one, and let's take a guess. It's masks. I hope the board and leadership consider how these thoughts are regarding masks and preventative mitigation measures related to the pandemic. The data I'll be referencing is as of today and will generally be addressed for the sake of time as rough numbers. The state is a little over half fully vaccinated, and our county is just above the halfway point. When the board made the decision in the spring to repeal the mask requirement, you set forth a precedent that is obviously going to be tough to bring back that pendulum swinging from, but I have hope in your collective wisdom to consider these aspects. At the end of May when you repealed the masks, the moderate level was 40 out of 100,000 case counts in Walworth County. Today, it is 643 cases out of 100,000. That is a 16-fold increase. I'd love that for my financial statement, but I don't like that for the health and safety of my children. When you started school last year with the mask requirement, there weren't vaccines available, yet today they are, and we've seen this 16-fold increase. The masks, they work. But not for the primary grades. They do not have the vaccine available. And this is what I kind of find interesting as I went back to last year and this year. September of 2020, the entire month, there were 6 counts of cases of COVID. In September of 21, 45 in the district. Most of them at Prairie View, oddly enough. I wonder why the little kids get it. But they've gone from 2 to 6. Prairie View went from 0 in 2020, the entire month when things were really bad, to 19. High school went from 1 to 10. I find that there's a little bit of, how shall I put it, discord in the message that's going out. Because some classes, the teachers are, I'll call it being responsible and having the kids with assigned seats. Other teachers aren't. We don't have a great COVID contact tracing process. I'd call it loose at best, because my daughter was in a class that got it, and then somebody else got it. We got our daughter tested. All of a sudden now, you've got another class that's virtual. We didn't have these issues last year. Here's Discord. On the East Troy website, COVID fact sheet for young adults. Number 1, wear a cloth face mask covering to protect you and your friends. School's not requiring it. CDC, number 1, get vaccinated. The young kids can't. Number 2, wear a mask. State of Wisconsin government website says the same darn thing. How does it say? The best practices include wearing masks in public spaces, staying at least 6 feet away from others. I don't always wear a mask when I'm out. If I was sitting in that row right there, I probably wouldn't be wearing a mask. I'm up there around other masked people. I respect them. I respect what they're doing and what I'm doing for them. I also respect my in-laws who are elderly. We can't hug our in-laws, or my kid can't hug her grandmother a couple days before surgery because of all the other kids that aren't wearing masks. I'm not upset with anybody that decides not to wear a mask. I'm just saying, hey, we're almost there, and we've been monitoring. And so I wanted to address that topic about monitoring and just ask some simple questions. I've heard the phrase, we're monitoring the situation and we're going to change our perspective as needed. Well, we've been doing this for a year. So I'm going to ask the hard questions, and I apologize if it feels directed at anybody in particular in the room. When are we going to change from monitoring to taking action? What are the plans? Masks seem simple. Is there a regimen for the kids, seating and location, contact tracing, PPE? Let's go out of this phase of wondering what's next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you as the board and to the community. We live in a country of freedom, liberty, and I believe even you as a school board took the oath to uphold the Constitution. And the Constitution, not only of the U.S., but the Wisconsin Constitution, and to preserve these liberties that America has seen for hundreds of years. And you have a solemn duty to preserve those liberties in your capacity. And the COVID that's on the agenda for tonight, if you ever get to that agenda, the COVID-19 Update and Review Operational Guide, I don't mind if it's reviewed, but we should not change the mask requirements in the classrooms in schools. This should be a personal choice. If masks work, then let those people that think they work, allow them to wear them. If someone doesn't want to wear a mask because they feel like it could hurt them, then we need to keep it that way. We need to respect that person's right and personal liberties. And scientists have been wrong many times throughout the ages, throughout the Earth's history. Scientists have been wrong many times. At one time, they thought the Earth was flat. At one time, they thought the solar system circulated around the Earth. Well, that turned out to be wrong. Dr. Fauci, even himself, who's helping guide a lot of these guidelines, helped sponsor the study, it's been proven, helped sponsor the development and study of the COVID disease in different areas. Why would we trust someone who's done that, who helped formulate this and study this disease? He gave money to help sponsor and study it. So I wouldn't trust someone like that. Also, I wouldn't trust someone who's changed his mind multiple times in the last year and a half, saying masks are not effective, and then he changes it because it doesn't look politically correct, and he says masks are effective. So when someone changes their mind so quickly, well, I thought you were following the science. He obviously wasn't following the science. Why don't we fight diseases? This pertains to this. It may not seem like it does, but it does pertain to this in the overall discussion. Why don't we fight diseases like we have for the past however many years? Rarely have I heard on any news outlet from the medical doctors up top saying, one great way to fight this is by building up your immune system. Get those vitamins, get those minerals that you need. I haven't heard any school nurse say that over the last year and a half of going to meetings. I haven't heard any doctor say it on a telecast or news blurb. Build up your immunity. If those masks aren't 100% effective and you get that disease, I hope that your immune system is strong enough to fight it off. And we ought not force wearing masks anywhere. You know what? If a kid decides that he shouldn't wear it on the bus, then bus drivers should not make those kids wear masks. I've heard of children being bullied by their bus drivers on buses, making their kids wear masks. Well, you know what? That's between them and their parents. Bus drivers are not enforcers of that. And I hope that the East Troy School District is not bullying children into wearing masks that decide they should not wear it, and their parents have decided that they should not wear it. A couple little factoids here. You know what? Israel is, I think, 90% or over 90% vaccinated, yet the whole country was being ravaged by COVID. All right? Sorry to say, I wish I could say they worked. Vaccines don't work. This vaccine does not work. Obviously, it hasn't worked in Israel. People are getting it still from being vaccinated. We should not require in any way our employees, not that we have, I'm not saying we have, but I know that this could come about. We should not require any vaccinations in any individuals, not only because of the harmful side effects that many have experienced, but because it's been proven that people that have been vaccinated can still spread the disease. That should be a personal choice, left up to the individual what they think is best for them. And so those are just my comments, especially on the COVID factors. If masks work, then wear it. If you don't think they do, then don't. If masks do work, then why are you concerned about all of us being forced to wear masks if it works for you? All right? You're protected. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? That's all I had on the list, but just wanted to make sure everybody's good. Okay. We'll move on to financial report. At this time, I move the approval of August 2021 payments in the amount of $807,334.88 and receipts in the amount of $4,033,343.93 as reflected in the financial statements.
A second.
Okay, discussion? Questions? Okay. All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Discussion action items. First one, presentation to our district for becoming one of just 11 districts in the nation being recognized as storm ready.
So I wanted to take some time tonight. We're joined by Mark McGinnis from Fair Skies. Unfortunately, his associate from the National Weather Service was not able to make it. But this will be maybe our newest celebration that we can get up on our website. So without further ado, I want to introduce Mark McGinnis, and I also want to give credit to Bob Ellis. I really don't get any credit at this point. I'll get credit when I continue to do the great work that they've done together. So Mark McGinnis.
All right. Thank you, Andy. My name is Mark McGinnis. I'm a certified consulting meteorologist. I work right here in Wisconsin, where I live, actually just northeast of you, in Waukesha, Wisconsin. I work with communities, school districts around the entire United States with risk mitigation when it comes to weather. So as Andy mentioned, Bob and I met about 4 years ago at a conference, and he was very intrigued with improving East Troy Community School District as far as readiness, education, preparedness for severe weather. And you might ask, why is this important? Well, last year in 2020, over 150 schools in the United States were either totally destroyed or heavily damaged by weather. And already in 2021, we're over 500 schools across the United States have been destroyed or heavily damaged by severe weather. So it is an active problem. It's an ongoing issue. And unfortunately, schools, like here in the state of Wisconsin, you practice a tornado drill once or twice a year. That's unrealistic. So part of this was the education process. So the platform we use is called Storm Ready. It is a federal program of best standards that's been developed and used by the National Weather Service across the United States for over 25 years. And we are spreading that across the United States and helping communities become more resilient and also safer to severe weather. As you know, your footprint here in the school district is rather small. That was a concern Bob and Andy share. If you have a significant wind event or a tornado come through the school district, you could possibly lose all of your buildings in the span of about 5 to 10 minutes time. I can tell you last year there were school districts, and even this year, that have had every building in their school district damaged in a matter of 15 to 20 minutes. I can tell you that Cedar Rapids last year with the derecho that came through there in early August, all 31 of their buildings were damaged. 3 of them were totally destroyed. So these are events that do happen. So the good news is for East Troy, you have become more aware of that. You've probably noticed over the last couple of years, every one of your buildings has severe weather shelter signs in them. Not only did I look at those, but also Tim Hallbach from the National Weather Service came through. You have federal approval for the buildings or the rooms in each of the building for your shelters. So shelter assessment was one of that in all your facilities, as well as having an actionable plan, a weather hazard plan that's been adopted by, or will be adopted by the East Troy School District. Actionable items. We work on increasing your communication, not only of receiving weather warnings, but also disseminating them within your buildings and your communities. And we work on training as well. I mentioned earlier about the tornado drill that you guys do. Unfortunately, the average tornado in Wisconsin is on the ground at 5:12 in the afternoon. It's not conveniently on the ground between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. when every school district practices these. So athletics now practices a drill during the afternoon, after school as well. And these are some of the safety measures we have put in over the course of the last 3 years. We were supposed to have this designation 2 years ago, but COVID delayed that. But I want to congratulate you. You may not know it, but Andy and before him Bob, and really all the buildings and grounds for all the schools have gone a long way over the last 3 years to help prepare and mitigate the risk of weather for the school district. So congratulations, you are being federally recognized. I do want to mention that Tim was not able to make it as a representative of the National Weather Service today, but you now are federally registered as being a storm-ready school district, one of the few in the United States. So congratulations.
So now all those emails that we send out about the severe weather, they generate from Mark. So what we'd like to do is get some pictures real quick. Kate's going to help us out with that. So if I could get the board and Chris to do a quick photo, and then that'll go on their website and then our website. Huh?
Are you photoshopping?
We're going to get you to stand in.
We're
going to have you stand in front of Steve, so we don't have the Eagle shirt in there.
Oh. Steve, I actually have Galen Hurts in the fantasy football, so I'm kind of rooting for you. I know that.
That's right. I miss it.
Okay, it took like 7.
Hey, Andy. Andy, before you cut your presentation, I do have one question tying back in though to something you said. You talked about how this plays into the community, and one of the things we're always trying to figure out is how we can do things to, too many people look at the school and say, it's about the kids, it doesn't really affect the community. This seems like a resource that we may be able to parlay, and I think back to not long after I got elected and I got the first email from Bob Ellis saying, hey, be aware, you know, it's Wednesday now, but this weekend we got a big snowstorm coming. Is there a way that we can use some of these resources and information? I mean, we talk a lot about, you know, people in the community don't necessarily always hear the tornado warning siren when it goes off. Those of us that live out well outside the village don't have a tornado warning always. Is there a way that we can use these resources, even create like a list, an email list, so that other members in the community are benefiting the same way? I mean, we get them because we're part of the school, you know, organization. They're incredibly helpful. And I don't know if there's a way we can do that, but if it would, I think we might have people that would benefit from it.
So that's a great question. So one of the ways, there's been a lot of research with weather catastrophes over the last 15 to 20 years. And the main reason why people don't act is they don't get the information in a timely manner. That's number one. Number two, they don't know what to do because they didn't plan beforehand. So the first thing is you want to have multiple ways of receiving weather warnings. Don't just rely on the sirens because they're not controlled by the National Weather Service. They're controlled by emergency management. So they could be late with the sirens. So the first thing you want to do, most people have smartphones right now, have a weather app, have tornado and severe thunderstorm warning activated. You want it loud and you also want it to vibrate. So if you're in a crowded area, you'll feel the phone. You only need them for those two warnings. Those are the only kind of warnings where you're gonna have to take immediate action to get to shelter. So if you have that activated, your GPS are on, or you just have it for Walworth County, East Troy, it'll go to your phone. But you wanna use phone, you wanna use radio as more backup. Know weather radios are in every building in the school district now. And so you get alerts through there. So you wanna have at least two. On an individual or home level, you wanna have 2 ways of getting a warning. And then really what's important is know where your safe place is in your house before it happens. So identify the safest place, which for a tornado or high wind event is going to be a basement, preferably number 1. And if you don't have that, lowest floor and an interior room. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So you can share some of that information with the community. That'd be really great. Those resources are available online. And if you have more specific questions, Andy could just reach out to me. I can put something together really quick for the school district to share.
So I'll ask Mark right now if you could put it together for us. And then when we get this up on our website, sharing we're storm ready, we can include that so, you know, community members and parents can view that and maybe get that app. So, and know how to activate those alerts, so.
You might even have some students that know a thing or two about weather and know a thing or two about disseminating information through social media, so.
Yep.
Tie them in.
Okay.
All good tools.
Anything else?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, if it's okay with the board, I'd like to move down to Kate's report on bullying prevention update.
Yeah, so for my report tonight, I am fortunate to have several of our school counselors here that are going to share what we're doing in the school district as part of our bullying prevention and response. So Christine Homily, Ellie Moss, Krista Iserloth, and Dominique Boston. I'll let them come down and share some information with you guys.
right, well, thank you for having us. We're excited to talk to you about our bullying prevention and response from a district lens, but then we'll also give you kind of a snapshot from the lens of each building because it looks a little bit different throughout the district. Do you want me to introduce you?
Hey.
All right.
I'm Christine Homily, Little Prairie School Counselor.
I'm Ellie Moss. I'm the Prairie View School Counselor, third through fifth grade.
Krista Iserloth. I'm the Middle School Dean of Students and Counselor.
Dominique Boston, one of the high school counselors.
Before we get this party started, as board members, you might be looking through these slides, all 25 of them, and be thinking, I thought we were just talking about bullying prevention. And we are talking about bullying prevention, but it's a whole year-long process, and it's an all-in process. So it's not just something that we do in the month of October. There's really a scope and sequence to it. So if we truly want to prevent bullying, we have to introduce the psychological opposite. So that is kindness, that is empathy, that is emotional regulation, that's social awareness. So those things don't just happen overnight. They don't even happen in the month of October. It is a year-long process. And so we have to back it up a little bit and talk about some district initiatives. And I also want to preface with, we are not here to tell you that we have a perfect system, but I do encourage families that if you do have concerns about things that are going on, just remember that we are fighting with you on the same team, and please reach out to us. All right, so backing it up a little bit and talking about some district initiatives, I'll start off with our Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports, otherwise known as PBIS. In this system, we are teaching, we are reteaching, we are rewarding positive behavior, and we are addressing negative behavior. So in short, just like we teach our students to read and solve algebraic equations, we're also teaching them our classroom and building expectations. The next one is trauma-sensitive practices. So we understand that trauma impacts learning, and sometimes we need to meet the basic needs of our students before we can get to the learning. So we've worked with our staff about some practices and approaches for students who have experienced trauma. So all of our students deserve to feel safe and deserve to feel welcomed in our buildings. Next, we are constantly collecting behavioral data, analyzing that data, and problem solving on an individual student basis, on a building basis, but also from a district lens. The next one is social emotional learning, and this is an integral part of our education and helps students learn social awareness, self-management, self-awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision making. So that's what social emotional learning is. We also have an initiative known as the Safe School Alerts, but Dominique is going to be talking about that, so I'll allow her to do that in just a minute. I know we're not supposed to have favorites, but one of my favorite things that we do is restorative practices. So restorative practices is a social science of how to improve and repair relationships. And I like this because when I first started my education and counseling, it was a lot of individual and building those individual needs. But I really enjoy restorative practices because it really starts to get students to repair some of the relationships, repair some of the hurt that has happened. So a really quick story, and I said I wasn't going to do stories, but really quick story. This past week, we had a student who forgot to use some of their emotional regulation skills and lashed out at a teacher. And so by the time I brought him in, we retaught those expectations for regulating his emotions. And once he had a time to kind of take ownership and say, wow, yeah, I overreacted. That's not how I should have responded to that situation, and I'm feeling really bad about it. So my question to him was, how are we going to repair the hurt that is caused? And he said, I would like to apologize to the teacher that I lashed out at. So I brought that teacher in. We never forced students to apologize. This came from something that he wanted to sincerely do. We brought the teacher in, and he genuinely apologized to that teacher. So restorative practices is empowering those students to repair those relationships. So I really it's one of my favorite things that we do. And then we also just wanted to point out that we have a district resource page online. And so this is kind of like a home base for pupil services and how we get out resources and information about our parent and community education events. So you'll see the plethora of resources that we've put together. All right, so just like teachers, school counselors have standards. So this is really the framework of everything we do. And I think there's sometimes some misconception that school counselors, we just talk to students, we change schedules, and that's just about it. But everything we do has to go back to these standards, and we're following these standards. And it's so much more than just counseling students. There's a lot that goes into it. So we wanted to share some of the standards. And then kind of back to collecting data. So I would consider us school counselors to be data nerds. We love data. We're always looking at it. We have lots of platforms. So for example, Skyward, that's where our schedules are. That's where attendance is stored, discipline is stored, grades, things like that. And then we have FastBridge when we're collecting intervention data and screening students. That's where that's stored. And then EduClimber is like every data nerd's dream. It houses all of the data and makes beautiful, colorful data walls. So the data that we're constantly looking at could be attendance, behavior infractions, progress monitoring for both academic and behavior interventions, grades. SABRS is another favorite of mine because oftentimes when we're looking at data for students, we're looking at covert data that if we walked in, overt data, if we walked into the classroom, we would be able to see students that are acting out or students that are not present. But SABRS is a way to collect covert data. So some of our internalizing students that they appear on the outside to be doing really well in school and we think everything's okay, but maybe everything's not okay. And so SABRS is a survey that we give to teachers and to students, and it has really been a game changer in collecting some names of students that we wouldn't have otherwise known were struggling. We have our climate survey, we have our perception survey. So Dr. Hibner shared some perception survey at the start of the annual meeting. Those are things that we're constantly looking at. And then OYRBS, another acronym for a survey, Online Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance, something like that, yeah. And we take that every 2 years, so that's more data that we're constantly looking at. And there's more. And so on the bottom is an example of a picture of some of the data that we have collected. So I mentioned PBIS. And one of our targeted interventions is check-in and check-out, or check-in-connect at the middle school. And that 80%, that line across, that would be a successful day. So anything above that is a successful day. But then you'll see there's every now and then there's a few dots that go below that. Another graph that I could pull would be by hour, by day, by month. And it's really useful because through this data, we're able to say, you know, John Smith does really good up until second hour. What does he have second hour? Let's take a look at that. Oh, math. He's not very good at math, or at least, you know, he struggles with math and needs or has higher deficits in math. So it's really useful in being able to talk to students and bringing light to something that maybe they haven't really come to the realization of yet either. So we're always looking at data.
Okay. Hopefully this is loud enough. So then how we use that data and how we use our standards then is teaching the social emotional learning in different ways. So I feel that East Troy is doing an amazing job with teaching social emotional learning. So we, as staff, teachers, they're incorporating that in their classroom meetings. And this is just a general overview, and then each building level will talk about how it looks at their buildings. But we're trying to reach all the students with that learning first before we have to go into the tier 2 or tier 3 or more targeted students. So guidance lessons occurs at different levels in our buildings, and it's more of a proactive, preventative approach. And we really work on building those relationships first so that we can get to those academic parts. So we really focus on relationship building. As we saw from Dr. Hibner, we saw in our data with the 5th grade, 8th grade, 12th grade, just the mental health concerns and academic concerns and how that goes together. So we do have a huge focus on our social emotional learning within the classrooms, and we have different topics at each level, focusing on zones of regulation, growth mindset, bullying, different topics and needs. And then, based on specific needs or targets based on the data that we collect or teacher concerns or family concerns, we build specific groups. So we may have group counseling by different pupil service members. So pupil services can be school psychologists, school counselors, social workers. We have a few topics up there that you may see in a group setting or individual one-on-one, as in friendship concerns or stress and worry, home issues, bullying, academic struggles, safety concerns, student behaviors, and grief. So just a few examples, and then I know later we'll get into more of how that looks at each building. Oh, there's the gun. There you go.
So indirect services are services that we do more behind the scenes on a daily basis, would be attending all student support meetings, being the manager or the case manager of the 504 accommodation plans, attend IEP meetings, parent and staff consultation, data review. We are coaches of the PBIS teams at each school. We help with course scheduling and help with transitions from in between the middle school to high school, Little Prairie, to Prairie View, and so forth. So what do we do when we are notified through Safe School that there is a concern? So I think I'm going to go off record here and first show the Safe School before I go into what we do when we receive Safe School. So I thought it's important to show everybody here and at home how to get to the Safe School login through the East Troy Community School District website. I always just say click on the main page of the website and then you go all the way down to the bottom. That's, in my opinion, the easiest way, and every page has report a concern. And what's really cool about this is you can report a concern in all different ways, and it can be anonymous, so that's really nice too. Text, email, web, and each building, pupil services and administration then gets the alerts pretty much immediately through an email, and then we're able to divvy up who works the online tip. So then the chain of commands, figure out how to go back here. Yes. Oh, there you go. So once the tip goes through, the first step is typically the counselor will look into it. So myself and Ms. Shibakassi, the other high school counselor, divided up by alphabet. So I will work with the L through Z, she'll work with the A through K. We'll call in both parties, we'll ask, you know, what's happening, what's going on, and if we feel like it's more of an internal conflict or something that we can give education about, we will stop it right there. We'll tell both parties, we've been notified that this is going on, it needs to stop. Usually it does, but sometimes we'll get here that it hasn't stopped, then we kick it up to administration. So at the high school level, we would go to the principals and say, this is what we've already done at the pupil services level. It's more than being in a group or individual counseling. So we do need your help on the administration level. And then from there, if administration, for whatever reason, can't stop it, it could potentially go to law enforcement. So that's kind of the chain of commands when the Safe School reports come through: pupil services, administration, and then law enforcement.
Okay, so next we're going to talk about what else happens during our multifaceted approach. Okay, so we're meeting kids in the classroom level, doing one-on-ones with kids, doing group, but we also want to make sure that we're educating our families. And this is one area over the last 20 years, working in 4 districts, and I live in a 5th, this is where we are fantastic. This is where we as a pupil services staff, we roll up our sleeves, we put in long nights to make sure that we're meeting our families where we're at. And so here are some of the family events that we have hosted in the last couple of years. So we had a self-control night, and we showed the movie Inside Out. We gave some strategies. Families could bring their supper, wear their jammies, and we watched the movie, and we filled Little Prairie's cafeteria. We also host Coffee with the Counselors, and so that has been in person. At times, that's been a virtual event. One popular one has been on the topic of anxiety. So how, as a parent, do I address that with my child? We also have some pretty fantastic presenters come in. So here in the lower right-hand corner, we have Patrick Maddock, who has come to our district and talked about anxiety as well. You might hear a theme of anxiety here. And in October, we have Ross Green coming, which is pretty amazing. He's going to be doing staff development, a parent session as well. And then we have Cooperation Learn, our family fun night, which we find a balance of learning and fun. We invite our families. We offer a free dinner to make sure that we're engaging with our families, but community members as well. So let's talk a little bit about what happens at Little Prairie using that evidence-based classroom guidance curriculum. And that might come from a few different curricula. We use paths up there. You can see the units of study that all tie back to those school counseling standards. We believe in early intervention, so prevention and early intervention strategies, bucket filling approach, the buddy bench, which, by the way, I think we are the first documented district in Wisconsin to have a buddy bench. Just putting that out there. The stop, walk, and talk response. So we teach kids how to be assertive. If a person is bothering you, you tell them to stop. You look them in the eye, you stand up straight. If they still bother you, you walk away. If they still bother you, you talk to an adult. So even when my daughter was a high school student, she used stop, walk, and talk to address an issue. Check in, check out. We saw some of that data before, where kids start their day on a positive note, end their day on a positive note, get frequent feedback from staff throughout the day, evidence-based approach. We also do check-ins, small groups. We have mentoring from high school students. You'll see a picture of that later, which is incredibly powerful, and we're looking forward to being able to get back to that this year. Leadership opportunities to develop those pro-social skills. We also have monthly character themes that teachers weave into their curriculum, and Kids Who Care Month. So here we've got a picture of a little tyke on Hat Day giving a check to Marilyn Comperud from the East Troy Family and Community Resource Center. Kids could wear a hat, donated the money to the center. So I'm just going to take a moment to talk about this frog. Kelso's Choices. And so it's all fun and games because here comes Homily with her puppet. But let me tell you about this frog. These are refusal strategies. These are conflict resolution strategies. But as a person who has worked with infants through post-secondary students, interestingly enough, Jeremiah is a former student from UW-Whitewater, and hired individuals from front desk workers to serving on university administrator search and screen committees. Employability skills is a really big thing. And so one of the things that we teach our kids from 4 years old is wait and cool off. So let's say you have a problem with your boss. You better wait and cool off because you don't want to be mouthing off to your boss because then you might lose your job. So we're talking about it with their friendships, but we're also talking about it as the future generation of our East Troy employees. Love that frog. Picture's worth 1,000 words. You can see my little friend up in the red hoodie. He is a student helper. Every Wednesday, he greets kids coming through the door And he says hi to over 100 people. He looks them in the eye. He is developing those social skills and is filling his bucket. He feels really important. And other kids look at him and say, how do I get that lanyard? That's super cool. We've got Ms. Laddick's class here on the World Day of Kindness, showing some projects that they made. Here we have some young friends demonstrating empathy, where they are using sign language to say empathy is understanding the feelings of others. Here we got our friend Officer Hackett being a positive role model to a friend. A lot of our incentives are based on relationships. We're not spending big money. We are using relationships to reward students. We've got some other kids here, and here we have Zach, the homecoming king, who was also a high school mentor, and how powerful to have these big kids coming to the elementary schools, either as a classroom helper or as a one-on-one mentor for our students.
So Prairie View is pretty similar to Little Prairie. We do a lot of similar things that Christine just talked about, but I was thinking of zones of regulation because that's what we are currently talking about in guidance. And so if you hear your child come home and talk about the green zone, we often talk about the different zones. So we teach kids how to categorize how they feel and then learn effective coping strategies. So something I'm proud of in our elementary schools is we have a regulation station within each of the classrooms. So students are learning how to use different tools instead of running out of the classroom when they're feeling upset or maybe shutting down. They're learning effective strategies like having growth mindset, trying to think positive, maybe taking a break, all of those things. And then you can even incorporate that at home by creating your own regulation station at home. So we talk a lot about bullying prevention, conflict resolution, growth mindset, which teachers also share as well in their classrooms. Our monthly character traits, we've hit on characteristic traits of integrity, perseverance. It changes monthly. We used to do assemblies before COVID, so hopefully we can get back to that, but we're still continuing to show that around the school, still having videos made, having different projects with those character traits. And then what we've incorporated at Prairie View too, as we've talked about PBIS, there's different ways that we can recognize showing that respect, responsibility, safety, and as we've added at Prairie View, work hard to be paused when you put it all together. They can earn different rewards. So a part of our, we have a school store at Prairie View, so kids get really excited about that. But like Christina said, often our fifth graders are kind of over the stuff, and we've added some coupons to do some of those relationship building. So actually, like Mr. Wirtz knows some magic tricks, and the kids are really interested in learning that. I have yet to see one, so I'm not sure how it goes, but playing songs on the announcements, just getting to eat lunch maybe at a different table, just adding some different relationship buildings too with different teachers they may not get to eat lunch with. They're really excited about that. Some annual events that we do at Prairie View, we've included like No Name Calling Week, which is just a nice refresher. After having bullying prevention in October and January, we have a whole week back refreshing our memory on some of those skills, stop, walk, and talk, things like that. We also ask staff to really recognize those students who are showing our characteristic traits that we recognize. So they may get a Martin Luther King Junior Peace Award. We have the Kids Who Care Month, which Christine talked about. Our leadership opportunities may look a little different once they get older. So we have fifth grade student ambassadors, which is a student, one female and one male from each classroom in fifth grade, recognized by their teachers who are displaying those characteristic traits and being a leader in the classroom, but also in Prairie View. So we've done a lot of events with them. They often may give like a new student tour. In the past, work with Mr. Wirtz and I at lunch, and we honestly take their feedback pretty seriously. We check in to see how they're feeling about Prairie View. Are you feeling safe? Are you, what are your thoughts of what could go better? Things like that. Fifth grade also has Lakeland Buddies, so partnering with Lakeland schools to work with students with various disabilities and abilities. So we're hoping that can get started again soon. And we have K-Kids, which is a Kiwanis partnership for third, fourth, and fifth grade, which is another leadership opportunity within the community. We also have our high school mentors, which kids love those one-on-one matches. And then we, as we talked about that perception data, our fifth graders take that. So Here are some pictures I've added. Our school store on top. We have a pledge banner where we're committing to no name calling. So that's during No Name Calling Week. All students sign that. We did a student leadership opportunity at the Pfizer Forum before COVID, and the students got to then watch a Bucks game, so that was pretty fun. And then just Mr. Wirtz doing yoga with the class. And then those are some of our special awards. So when they're following some of those expectations in our specials as well, we want to recognize those teachers. So Mr. Murphy is showing 3 different rewards that his class was showing during that time. So.
All right, and then at the middle school, so certainly we're all doing individual counseling on a needs basis, but for 8th grade students, we also do some planning conferences. So we're, trying to be preventative and thinking ahead. So the first part of the 8th grade planning conference, when I meet with students and their families, is we do a mock interview. And then after the student completes the mock interview, parents and I can give them feedback on how to strengthen those interview skills. Then we go over some map data and really give them some ownership on their scores. We make sure their classes look good for next year in high school, and then they present to us a career that they're interested in. We too do ongoing lessons, so we use a program called Character Strong, and it's identifying and applying values, emotion, understanding and regulation, goals and habits, leadership and teamwork, and reflection. So we have a student on the top there who is participating in one of those lessons. So again, following the school counseling standards, but again, good preventative work to prevent bullying type behavior. We also have evolving lessons that change depending on our needs and on our data. All students receive academic and career planning. Our 7th grade students receive the Signs of Suicide curriculum. We have that bullying prevention focus in October. We also have an internet safety focus in October and November that Officer Hackett plays a good role in. And then we have our weekly WIN lessons where, again, very dependent on the data. And so if we see behavior data going up in flux, then we reteach those expectations. We are also doing small groups. So this past week, I just finished up with Ms. Freund, our new student focus groups. So we met with the 6th grade students just to introduce ourselves, but then also to get them to meet other new students. So we did that for each grade. I also do a WIN, we call it the WIN What I Need PBIS group. So I meet with them every other day for 42 minutes in place of an elective class, and we're going over study skills, coping skills. We are learning how to use the weight room at the high school, so that's been really exciting, teaming up with Brian. We have additional groups based on data. So last year, when we pulled our SABRS data, we noticed that there was a need for our girls with anxiety concerns. So we made a group based on that. Constantly collecting data and asking our students how they're doing, how they're feeling, do they feel safe and belonging, and so we get that information from our climate survey, SABRS, the 8th grade perception surveys, and OYRBS. We're featuring Officer Hackett because he is a police officer but also a counselor. So there he is meeting with a student and they are talking about algebra. And that picture on the bottom is of our new student focus group that we did just last week. We're really focused on a positive environment. Again, the psychological opposite of bullying type behavior is respectful, responsible, and safe behavior. So we have our on-target recognition weekly on Wednesdays. I dress up in a ridiculous Trojan costume that you will see in the next slide, and we call down students and we recognize them for behavior. So just the week before, I think I called down 42 students within a week that were recognized for positive behavior. So they come down, they spin a wheel, and then we have prizes much like at the elementary buildings. So that happens weekly. Plus we have a trimester target student, and then we team up with Kiwanis for Student of the Month as well. We have our 6th grade ambassadors who help transition the incoming 6th graders, so they meet with 5th graders. Last year it looked a little bit different because we had virtual meetings, but prior to that they would actually be the ones to take 5th graders for tours and answer their questions. And then we also have a group called Sources of Strength that really focuses on the preventative work. So if a source of strength for you is your family, we want to recognize that. If a source of strength for you is your mental health and keeping track of that, then we focus on that. So that's a different group. We have a newsletter for parents that goes out weekly and quarterly. I do something called Cupid emails with the pupil services at the middle school. So sometimes as pupil service members, we can't share information because of confidentiality. But if we need our teachers to know that a student is struggling, we send out what's called a Cupid email, which is just a picture of the student and their name. And we just say the student needs some extra TLC and be mindful of that. So we do that, I would say, once or twice a month we do that, and staff is really appreciative, and I know they respond to it because the next week when I do Trojan Targets, for example, a lot of those students in the Cupid emails show up, so I know our staff responds and appreciates those emails. We also do a connections activity, so I have a list of all the students' names, and teachers go in and they put a check if they know something personal about that student, or if they think, no, I am the student's person, like they come to me, they trust me. So we do that, and then I collect all of that data, and for students that only have 1 or 2 connections, I reshare those names with staff just so that we say we need to make better connections with these students. We have too low of connections with them. So then we focus on really building those connections with those students. Pupil Services meets weekly. I just finished up today. We met with 8th grade, 7th grade, and 6th grade today about how to contact us. So one of the school counselors and I went into all of the classrooms, reminded students who we are and how they can connect with us. We have a Google form, they can email us, and certainly on Safe Schools. And then we are talking about our opportunities for clubs and organizations with students, because we really want our students to have a sense of belonging and be a part of our building. So pictures, I have our Student of the Month on the top right, and then the student with Mrs. Hoffman and her dad. She was a trimester target student. And then some additional pictures. We have our PBIS kickoff day, which is one of my favorite days of the year, where we teach our expectations. That's that PBIS. And then in the middle, I talked about bullying prevention is all in, and so we have our custodian, Mr. Atkinson. He is playing gaga ball with our students. On the top right, that is the ridiculous Trojan Target costume I wear every Wednesday. And that's when we're recognizing that positive behavior. Down here we have our ASL club that we had last year, our Sources of Strength meeting. Officer Hackett, who is tending to baby chicks at the middle school. He just wears many hats. We are so appreciative of him. And then we've got our trimester students over there. So really trying to capitalize on that positive behavior to prevent bullying type behavior.
I'm going to say ditto to all 3 of these ladies. At the high school, what makes us a little bit more unique, I guess, is that we do have regular check-ins with identified students. We have weekly resource lessons. We have something this year called No Movement Wednesday. So during homeroom/resource, 30 minutes weekly, students have a targeted lesson. It's on either social emotional learning, academic and career planning, academic behavior, positive behavior, and regular PBIS lessons. So we made sure this year we have a No Movement Wednesday, so high school students know they cannot go to their club, they cannot go to the library. They have to have directed meetings or presentations on Wednesday, so that's been nice. We do have weekly pupil services and administration meetings to discuss students of concern. We have twice monthly Tier 2 data review, which we look at the data to see if there's particular kiddos that we need to meet with more frequently. We also have that behavior risk survey that Krista was talking about. Last year we also implemented the Savers that all the other ladies talked about. And tomorrow, I believe. Ms. Lewis, our social worker, said signs of suicide will be happening. She'll be going into all freshman health classes, as well as reminding juniors of signs of suicide. And a presentation is being planned for February of 2022 for students and parents on the current issues related to suicide, bullying, mental health, drugs, and alcohol. And we just have some pictures of when high school students went to the middle school. We had some, we used to call it Talent Day, but we changed it, Courage Retreat. And then it looks like these kiddos were getting ready for the Halloween bash that we used to have.
We've been talking for a long time. We're going to wrap this up pretty quickly. Okay, October is National Bullying Prevention Month. That is why we are here on September 27th. Our theme this year, I'll Be There For You. The one where we stomp out bullying. And so right now we have kiddos making projects in 4K through 5th grade. And the middle school has some stuff going on too where they can make projects, posters. Here you can see a Lego project from a prior year that ties in with that theme. You can see our weekly themes throughout the month where making friends with somebody that you don't know. We have Wear a Blue Shirt Day on the first Monday of the month, and so we had an opportunity for families to purchase a blue shirt. You can see our different themes there. We also give an opportunity for parents and children to sit down. We give them some talking points. These are some things that you can do to talk to your child about bullying, and it's just so we can open that communication, talking about inclusion, Unity Day, wear orange, sit next to somebody who might be sitting alone at lunch, and talking about making our schools places that we want to belong. Well, it's great. We can talk for 25 slides about all the great things that we're doing, but we want to make sure that we're hearing from our families. And so we have a parent testimonial. This event took place in January of 2020. And so we're just going to share that here. I'm just going to make a note. This speaker, he's going to talk about a hotline. He's referring to the Safe Schools online tip reporting system when he says hotline. Permission was granted and privacy was taken care when posting this briefly. It is unlisted on YouTube right now. It's going to be off YouTube at the conclusion of this meeting. And the family is aware, so here we go.
So what I appreciated about the bullying hotline and the reason we chose to use it, I needed something official. I needed a mechanism that was going to broadcast a message across a number of authority figures' desks so that there was a track record, so that there was some accountability. Like I said, I wasn't afraid for our son's safety, and even though he was a little bit shaken, I was pretty sure that we as parents were going to be able to kind of manage our own child. But I felt like, yeah, this other kid, I mean, this needs to get reported. This needs to get looked into. If faculty is aware that this kid's got other issues going on, this needs to get added to the file and it needs to get looked into. So I was looking to make kind of an impact statement or make sure that the student's particular needs, if he had any, were going to get addressed. So I appreciated the formality and sort of the, I guess the urgency of the bullying hotline. And the response that I got back was prompt. I mean, it was as advertised. It had the desired effect. The required school officials, attendees, the folks that were working with this kid got back to me. I didn't need to know how the discussions went. I didn't need to know any of the other work that was going on with his parents. I didn't actually even, I kind of tried to make it clear, like, listen, I don't really need any assurance, and I think our son is fine. So you guys can check in with our son. You can do your own assessment, but I'm confident that we as parents are going to be able to take care of our kid. Again, I used the hotline as more of raising awareness for another student's needs, and it was effective. I would say that today my son is still friends with the child that we reported. So obviously it was handled in a way where they were able to preserve their relationship. I think that as parents, we've been really supportive of East Troy Schools, of the faculty at Little Prairie, the job that they've done with COVID, the level of communication, even outside of the bullying prevention program, has been really phenomenal. And yeah, this experience, I guess it helped us form a better relationship with school faculty. It helped them kind of understand us and our kids. And it was a chance for them to, I guess, connect with and make sure our kids were making friends in a healthy way and establishing connection at the school. I guess at the time we were new to the area too, so that was my son's maybe second or third month at the school when the incident took place. So he was certainly in a formative period for developing relationships, and it's not exactly the way that you want things to go, but the bullying prevention system and the way that situation was handled was definitely a positive one for our family.
So let me tell you how that situation went. Mike emailed at did the online reporting system at 10:32 p.m. That email went to Lindsay Harris and I. 10:30 p.m. I am fast asleep. But by 6:30, 7 o'clock that next morning, I get that email. I talk to the teacher. By 7:52, I had already talked to the teacher. I'm getting back to Mike and Katie to say this is what we're doing. And so it is that fast. When we invest in systems that improve communication, everybody wins. Okay, so where are we here? Finally, lastly, we just want to say, really, bullying prevention and response is not just about the month of October and Bullying Prevention Month. It's a comprehensive system where we are following our district student bullying, harassment, and hazing policy and the protocols that go along with it. We are following school counseling standards taught to all K-12 students. We have annual bullying prevention training for all district staff, annual student training regarding the difference between conflict and bullying as well. It is a year-long process that involves all staff members. Any questions?
All right, thank you, everybody. That was great. We'll move back to the discussion action items, staffing resignations.
That's a hire. But I don't think, do we have any staffing, is this on? There we go. Do we have any staffing resignations? We do not, correct? Okay. None at this time, Ted.
All right, wonderful.
Going once, going twice.
All right, staffing recommendations.
That we have.
Good.
Kate, you bet.
I'm not sure what order these are in your packet. Oh. Okay. All right, so the school counselor. So you might recall that last year we had a school social worker at the middle school and she resigned. And so due to the timing of that resignation, we had posted that position as a pupil services specialist so that we could accept people with a variety of licenses, looking at school counselor, school psychologist, or a school social worker. And in looking at the candidates and the skills of the candidates that we met with, we interviewed 3 different people. We arrived at a decision that the best candidate for this position was a school counselor named Jean Freund. She verbally accepted the position on August 30th. She's been started already here. She's a nationally certified school counselor and a nationally certified clinical counselor and has multiple years of experience. She had excellent references, talked about her calming presence and being able to work through some challenging situations really well with students. Really strong background at the middle school and high school level in particular, and just really a strong advocate for students. So Jean Freund is who we're recommending for that position.
Why don't we could take them individually.
Yeah. I will make the motion to approve the hire of Jean Freund as the 1.0 FTE school counselor at the middle school.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion? All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the other one I have for you is the physical therapist. So this was a position that has had a couple turnovers since we originally had a retirement in the spring, had it filled, and then that person resigned, and so we've had it posted a couple different times. So we did have several qualified candidates, again, apply when we renewed this posting and did interviews. Now this position is a little more unique because it is a shared position between East Troy and Whitewater. So the physical therapist spends 50% of their time here in East Troy and 50% of their time in Whitewater. So we had a joint interview team with both Whitewater staff and East Troy staff as part of that. We debriefed following that process and talked about the skills of the candidates and arrived at Jennifer Guerra as the top candidate for us. She has her doctorate in physical therapy. She has 3 years of experience working as a physical therapist, and she went and sought out, she's been working clinically as a physical therapist, but sought out some school-based experiences so that she had some of those experiences knowing she wanted to transition into school. Had really excellent references, talked about how her collaboration skills, her hardworking attitude, positive demeanor, and really like thirst to gain more knowledge all the time would really be assets in this position. So we're recommending Jennifer Guerra for the physical therapist.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve Jennifer Guerra as our 1.0 FTE physical therapist shared with Whitewater.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion?
My only question, so she's a 1.0, but we share her with Whitewater, so that semantically that just looks a little funny.
We invoice Whitewater at the end of the year. So that's through that, what is the number, Kathy? 50, there's like an agreement, a shared agreement. 6603 agreement that, yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
So good question. We've gone through a variety of schedules over the last few years. The schedule that we arrived at for this year, and sometimes it changes. We both, the Director of Pupil Services in Whitewater and I try to look at things really flexibly to make sure that we can make, have the needs in both districts met. This year, we're anticipating that she will be in Whitewater Mondays and Tuesdays, in East Troy Wednesdays and Thursdays, and kind of every other Friday is how because we try not to have travel between the districts on any given day because we value her time with students rather than a windshield. So, yeah.
All right. All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, thank
Thanks,
you.
Kate. Is there anything else?
No.
Okay. Approval of donations.
Yeah, you have a few in your board packets. The first one is from the East Troy Lions Club. The generous donation of $200, of which 100 was to the girls volleyball program, and the other 100 going to the girls soccer program. So we greatly appreciate that and ask the board to accept with a kind thank you. We also have Gus's Drive-In, and we appreciate that. The letter is to express a sincere thank you on behalf of the East Troy School District to Gus's Drive-In and Gus himself for the generous donation of $2,000 to the wrestling program. And then we have from Mr. and Mrs. John Brame that they have provided us a $100 to the boys soccer program, which we obviously say thank you and a kind appreciation. And then the final one is Mr. Tom Weary of State Farm. He was kind enough to give a generous donation of $200, 4 checks of $50 each to East Troy Little Prairie, Prairie View Middle School, and the high school. So we ask the board to consider approval of all of these with a kind, generous thank you.
Make the motion to approve all donations presented with the thanks of the board.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions? All in favor of approval, say thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Short-term borrowing.
As exciting as short-term borrowing can get this year. So recall that from Bob's treasurer's report, last year, if you talk about just fiscal good news, and not that we weren't able to do a lot of things as a district that we normally would do because of COVID-related reasons. We had about we had close to $1 million go into fund balance. So last year, for example, we had to short-term borrow $2.6 million. This year, we only had to borrow $1.5 million. Because again, sometimes people will ask me, well, isn't fund balance an emergency or a savings account? And I say, not until you don't have to short-term borrow. There's a graph I can show you. And I realize you're far away and you might not be able to see this. But this graph is our revenues and our expenditures. And our expenditures are pretty stable every month. Okay, we have 2 payrolls, 15th and the 30th. Yes, in June, some people take all their payrolls, so June expenses might be a little higher, but our expenses are pretty flat. Our revenues we get this month is August, and you actually just approved it in this financial report. If you notice, there was $4 million of revenues. There's other months where there's $200,000 of revenues, right? So revenues, and it's different than generally a person's home. Again, a person's home, you might be getting a regular paycheck, so your revenues are more stable. Again, a school district's revenues are higher in August when property taxes come in, again, higher in January. So then we have to meet these expenses, these regular expenses on the 15th and the 30th, and we do not have enough in fund balance to do that without taking out a loan, basically. But again, as we build fund balance, and whenever we say with the goal of eliminating short-term borrowing someday, it is, again, that we don't have to take out this loan. So by putting money into fund balance last year, and I know it's going to be short-lived probably because we might be taking money out for the middle school HVAC units. And again, that's a deliberation. It's not much different than, again, balancing your own home expenses. When do you invest in your home? When do you take money out to do things? When do you get a home equity loan? A lot of the same kind of discussions in the school budgeting cycle. But by being able to increase our fund balance last year, we're now borrowing only, and there's a sheet that I had handed out to everybody because bids are supposed to come in the day of our meeting, so it's not something I could put in your packets ahead of time. But through the cash flow computation, we only had to short-term borrow this year $1.5 million instead of, like last year, we borrowed $2.6 million because, again, we put more into fund balance. And I did check if we were taking money out for middle school HVAC come June. That's not a terribly low point. January is our lowest point. So borrowing less overall, my concern was, okay, well then what if we do take out $1 million for HVAC? Is that gonna impact us in June, for example, in our cash flow? And it doesn't, we're still okay. So anyway, the exciting part here is you see the bids, right? You see the different banks that came in and bid on our loan essentially here today. And the fourth one down, we had a net effective rate, the winner is Baird, 0.2957. Never thought I'd see an interest rate like that. And net interest, $4,215 to borrow $1.5 million. Now, just for fun, I went through the interest that we've paid in the since 1996. printed it out today in our history. Just for fun, what do you think the most we've ever paid in interest for our short-term borrowing is? Take a stab. Again, this year we're paying $4,215 net interest.
Like 30 or 40,000?
30 or 40,000, good guess.
What year was it?
It was 2000, 2001.
Interest rates are high back then.
25,000.
You ready? $207,503 in interest on our short-term borrowing that year.
Wow.
In 2000, 2001. What's that? I knew you were going to ask me that. I didn't look it up. I included, on page 44 is as far back as I've gone in, remember at one of the last meetings when I always show you this fund balance chart, I said, I have to add how much we were borrowing. Because again, that's the whole point of this. The whole point of increasing your fund balance is hopefully we can get out of short-term borrowing someday. So I added that, but I only go back to 2003, 2004. In 2003, 2004, we were borrowing $3 million. So we were probably borrowing $3-4 million. Who knows what the interest was? But again, you know, when I got hired in 2003 in Clinton, and you see these high interest costs, again, it's like you're throwing out 5-6 positions sometimes on interest. So $207,503 was our highest interest cost in 2000, 2001. Then it dwindled down to more of an average around 50 grand and 9-10. We were still at pretty high numbers. 18-19, 75,223. 19-20, 62,175. So again, this is like celebration, astronomical. It will never happen again. But it's a combination of A, higher fund balance means we borrowed less this year. We only borrowed 1.5 million. So you're borrowing a lesser amount, and B, interest rates are phenomenally low. But again, you know, I get excited about this, but I also know, like, you can't hoard money. You have to make all those decisions about, we very might be, you know, taking money out of fund balance. And again, it's not an emergency account, it's not a savings account, because we don't have enough in there that we don't have to borrow. Again, the day when we don't have to borrow and then we start building in fund balance, that's what I say is emergency or savings at that point. But still, you have put quite a bit of money into fund balance recently. Like, could we afford to take some out for middle school HVAC? My opinion, yes. Keep building it over time. Don't let the percentage drop. But that's my expectation. On page 43, you have a resolution, if you would. And again, the winning bidder today was Baird, with a net effective rate of 0.295789.
All right. I make a motion pursuant to Section 67.12, Section 8A1 of the Wisconsin statutes, authorizing temporary borrowing for the East Troy Community School District, the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $1,500,000.
Okay, discussion? All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, COVID-19 update and review operational guide.
I'm going to go over some information first and foremost, due to the fact that I think numbers speak to the narrative and the discussion to have. So I'd just like to share some of that information as much as I know at this time or have been able to put together and provide an update. I will not go through the information or the operational guide. Nothing has changed up to this point in time. I think everyone is well versed enough in the operational guide and how things are being operated at this point in time. I think the update First and foremost, let me state this very clearly. On the agenda, I think it's really important. So it's an operational, it's a COVID-19 update, right? So I'm going to update, and if you have questions, by all means, ask. If we don't have the information, we'll be happy to find it if we can. But if you'll notice, it's listed as informational discussion action. So where I'm going with that is, if there is something to be changed that would result in, and there's plenty of things that possibly could be discussed. So I'll throw out the one that has been brought up through the public participation quite a bit, and that's face coverings. So if face coverings were to be moved on to be done differently than it currently is now, I would be recommending to all of you that there should be an action to a special meeting is what should get done, due to the fact it really needs to be posted in regards to as clearly and as precisely as we can delineate to the community about what it is in the action item that is being discussed and possibly action being taken on. Where I would say is the conversation tonight can go around anything in regards to COVID. It can be any of that part. You can have as much conversation as you want. But if there is to be an action taken on it, I would ask that the action be a motion to set up a special meeting on that topic, and then figure out the date. And the date can be as soon as we can post, which can be within 2 days, if you'd like. Due to the fact, as we always know, when we are making any type of possible motion, you have to be as specific as possible that the community can say they're well aware of the dialogue that was going to happen. And I would say that if there was a motion in regards to some specific things in the operational guide tonight, and it could be numerous things, not just on face coverings, that obviously the community, we would need to post it very directly so the community would know what the exact dialogue would involve that could result in some action item for that night in the special meeting. So I just want to make sure that everyone's kind of aware of that, because I think, that leads itself to where you maybe take things tonight from a standpoint of the next step or not the next step. I just want people to be aware of that. It gives every citizen that opportunity then to be well aware and versed in the dialogue that would become. Tonight, the dialogue as is on the agenda is, look, we're talking about an update, and if need be, anything in the operational guide that should be considered for change, and then taking the next steps in a special meeting, if the case, to have that further dialogue. That being said, right now, as of today, the district total, we have 49 positive COVID-19. We've had 45 positive cases of students and or staff in our district up to this point in time. That goes from the date of August 26th till now. You might say, well, I thought school started on September 1st. It did with students being present in our classroom. August 26th is when we started really doing the athletics. Athletics even started prior to that, but we had a case on August 26th already, which then enacted us monitoring it at that point in time. Little Prairie, 6 positives. Prairie View, 19 positives. Middle school, 5 positives. And the high school, 10 positives. A majority of the high school 10 positives were in regards to an athletic positivity rate that occurred earlier on. Now, you might look at those and go, Chris, your math is pretty rotten. Well, I had Mr. Hackett help me like he was helping the kid with algebra. No, I'm kidding. Kidding, Mr. Hackett. Remember, in our data, we try to ensure privacy. And we also recognize that not all of our staff fits into each one of these areas, right? We have staff that is shared amongst buildings. We have district staff, right? But our district staff is a small cell size, so that would identify people pretty quickly if our district staff was put into it, right? So those people have to be put in somewhere, but we don't necessarily identify. So we don't put them into a building, but they might get put into the district total. I hope that makes sense. Same as we did last year, so we did not change the process that we had done. Now, based on that information, if you're anything like me, I kind of have other questions that I like to come up with. So one of the things that I wanted to do was, so all right, that's good and relevant, the numbers. What's it compared to the range of span of last year at this time to this year. Now, I know some people say apples and oranges. I don't dispute that to a certain degree. Apples and oranges for a lot of reasons. Apples and oranges for maybe what was occurring in our district last year from a standpoint of mitigations and what is not being done in mitigations this year, to be quite frank. So with those things, that's fair. That's fair, and that is apples and oranges on mitigations. And honestly, right, apples and oranges from a standpoint, Delta variant now, not Delta variant last year. Apples and oranges on vaccine now for 12 and older, and no vaccine last year. So all those things have to be thought of, and when you're looking at the data, I don't dispute that at all. But from August 26th of last year, 2020, to September then 28th, 2020, due to the fact I was going off of that Monday span, all right? At that point in time in our district, we had 5 total positive cases. At Little Prairie, we had 2. Prairie View, we had 0. Middle school, we had 1. And the high school, we had 1. Now, I can go in and tell you where we were quarantined in all those 2. At a quarantine level and district-wide back then in that span, we had quarantined 30 students up to that point in time. And then remember, quarantine at that point in time was based on our close contact. Now, close contact definition has slightly changed, but not too drastically, right? I mean, yes, the 6 and 3 and all that, but really the definition itself has remained intact. What has changed is we're not quarantining kids. We're not excluding them in our district at this point in time. And I'm cautious to say the word quarantine if you ever caught me when I'm talking, because really only the health department has the right to quarantine people. As a school district, what we're doing is we are removing them from in-person learning. We don't have really the right to say quarantine, just so people understand why I'm hesitant to make that comment sometimes. So this year, right, so I kind of already gave you the counts for the 26th to the 27th and where we're at. So basically what you're saying is in the ranges, right, it's 5 last year in the range to 45 this year in the range. It's 2 at Little Prairie last year in the range to 6 this year in the range. It's 0 at Prairie View last year in the range to 19 this year in the range, I think. Did I say that right off the numbers I had before? Because now I'm looking at a different sheet, so I've really got to keep all my numbers. Yeah. 1 in middle school last year to 5, and 1 last year in the high school to 10. The close contacts this year, that would be one that I would tell you is not apples and oranges. That's like just different ends of the world in spectrum. And the reason is because, again, we have gone with the emphasis in our world right now, and I'm sure the building level administrators, that's why I'm looking down and not looking at them, I have created a nightmare for them to a degree, and that is I've told them that I still want them to track close contacts. And it becomes very difficult to track close contacts in the degree that we're at right now because mitigations are not the same, right? So we recognize that it either is 0 close contact tracing you're going to do, or you're going to try and do an enormous amount of close contact tracing, which is going to lead to very large numbers. So the reason I bring that up is I think you have to be cautious to hear the number that I'm going to say on close contact and go, oh my gosh, and look at how much larger the number is in close contact this year than last year. Well, that would be unfair in my mind because last year was more precise than this year. Now, we're not quarantining any of the large number of kids this year in that close contact, right? Because we're just kind of saying, look, it's really almost impossible for us to truly identify kids precisely, especially at the younger grades. The older grades can get a little more easier to detect. It's these 3 or 4 kids in a cluster. The younger kids, it really becomes, you know what, it's the whole class. It's the whole class because we're interacting, they're out at recess, right? They're in the play at lunch. And we're not keeping cohorts differently in those areas. So it becomes, so where I'm going with that is, so be careful when you hear close contacts this year and don't think of it the same way as last year. But right now at this time, we've had 136 identified close contacts. And we had 30 last year. Now, again, last year was 30 quarantine. None of those 136 necessarily have been quarantined, taken away from in-person learning. At that time. So that is that information. Another way I was trying to look at it is we have a laundry list here, a long list of every single one that we have identified as positive, a close contact, or a quarantine due to household exposure right now. So they're in their quarantine. And obviously, as we have stated, our operational guide does state, if there's an in-house exposure and you are not vaccinated, you have to isolate for 10 days. All right, so, and that obviously could change if they become positive. Then you got to go off different dates, right, and everything else. So those things we've been trying to track, and I've been trying to do my best based upon all the great information that Janet does and all the health room aides do and all the building level principals do. I mean, they're all involved in this. Let me tell you, they're busy. And so what I've been trying to do is monitor, like, well, how many close contacts become positive? And how many in households end up becoming positive? Because I think that's kind of good. Now, I'm not going to say we get it perfect. I mean, right, it's only as good as you identify and follow. But with that being said, up to this point in time, let me see if I can get all my sheets, sorry. Got a lot of information. So, I think this is the most recent. I want to make sure, because for some reason, I thought, on 9/14, or 7, okay, so we've had, up to this point in time, 7 in-household exposures that have become positive. So we've had more in-house exposures, don't get me wrong on that. But up to this point in time, we've had 7 of those individuals that at one time were identified as in-house exposures, they have become positive. So that is the reason why we recognized that last year. Hence why that's in our operational guide. Now, last year, you'll recall, we were pretty strongly set on the fact that when we were looking at our close contacts, I made the statement, and I know the principals supported it and Janet did, and that was, we really identified in-district close contacts and out-of-district close contacts last year. If you recall, we had 2 barometers we were watching. With that being said, we had about, I don't have that number in front of me, I could look at it quick, but I think we had about 379-ish in both, around there, that we had identified in close contacts, in-district, out-of-district. So 379 kids had to be quarantined in each category, so you're talking, right, well over 700. With that being said, we only identified for our in-district exposures about a handful of kids that were quarantined last year that ended up becoming positive. Does that make sense? Does that make sense out of that? So out of the 379 in-district, we only really recognize a handful of kids, a little more than plus that became positive. And, you know, that could be for various reasons, right? So, but we try to monitor that from a standpoint, were things occurring in the district? And this year, right now, we've had, as I said, right, a large number of close contacts that we've identified. Again, mainly because it's just so large. But we have had more than the handful already that have been close contacts that have become positive. So I'm not trying to say like it's a huge number. But we had about a handful all of last year, and we're at that handful already this year. So, and we're a month in. So I'm not sending an alarm bell off. I'm just saying, though, the reality is where we were at last year for positives at the end of the year, which off the top of my head, I think was 116, if I'm correct. I'd have to look it up again. But I thought it was 116. I apologize if that's way off. I do have the information in my packets here, so I could find it very quickly. But I think we were at 116 positives last year, you know, and obviously we're up to 45 this year. And we had met that handful of close contacts last year that became positive, and we've already kind of hit that handful. One other thing that I found, 116, was that it? Okay. One other thing that I thought would be useful tonight that I thought people would want, it's not overall totally definitive, but it gives an impression, and that is, so if one were to say, hey, Chris, just in general, you know, I'm not even saying COVID, right? In general, I mean, we knew going into this year, illness would probably be higher. We did. I mean, that was a fact. People were telling us all the time about that for various reasons. And so we kind of knew that illness would probably be higher. But if one were to say, could you give me a breakdown a little bit again of that range, but not necessarily just all related to COVID in a standpoint of maybe attendance in buildings? Like, what's happening? So at this point in time, last year, September 1st to September 27th, and I'll take September 1st to September 27th, same range. Last year in Little Prairie, for illness at that point in time in the range, we had 30 students that had been out ill, 30 students, and which equated to 73 days. That was last year. So 30 kids equates to 73 days. This year, we've had 75 students, equating to 170 days. Now, for Prairie View, for illness, last year, we had 21 students, and it equates to 36 days. That was last year. We also, from a medical standpoint, because once we reach to Prairie View level and above, we start also getting medical notices sometimes, all right? And this was it last year. So we got medical notices. Now, when I say this, don't add up 21. We had 9 medical last year, right? We had 9, at that point in time, we'd gotten a medical note from 9 students that equate to 17 days. Do not take the 21 and 9 and say, oh, that's 30 kids. Don't do that. All right, please don't. I'm sorry, our software is only so good. It is good, but it's only so good. That 9 could also be in the illness. Okay, so just understand that. So don't add it up to 30. Really keep them separate. I'm just trying to show you separate it. But it could not, it doesn't add up to 30 necessarily. Some of the medical is in the illness, and that the days you can add up. So the medical 9 students add up to 17 days. You can add up the days, both of them, and that would be fine. So now, going to this year, Prairie View. So illness, we've had 125 students, and it's been up to 257 days. Medical, we've had 24 students, and it's up to 84 days. So middle school, last year, 14 students, 17 days. This year for illness at the middle school, 88 students, 180 days. Last year, medical, 14 students at this point in time, 16 days. This year, medical, 19 students, 43 days. At the high school, final one. So illness, high school last year, 25. Number of days was 38. This year, 103 students, 203 days. Medical, 5 students, 9 days. Medical, 7 students, 12 days. So in a nutshell, I hope the Excel sheet worked correctly here that was given to me, because I did not confirm these out on my own calculator time, so I should never do what I always say, and that is you never say a number until you've checked it yourself. But on my sheet here, I'm just reading off illness of students of last year of district-wide totals, 90 students, 164 days. Illness this year, 391 students, 810 days. Medical, 28 students last year, district-wide at this point in time, of all those numbers I gave, equating to 42 days. This year, 50 students medical, equating to 139 days. So I bring that up to have the dialogue and discussion started. I don't bring it up to sway. I try not to sway. I try to look at the information. And I think everyone knows, if you've listened to me enough, 18 months ago, I was pushing long and hard about how are we going to make sure that in-person learning happens for these kids, and how do we make sure that we provide other options for families that aren't comfortable. If everybody can go back and look at board meetings, I pushed long and hard over this summer to continue the virtual learning, which I'm proud that the board approved of, due to the fact I think we've really had to utilize it again. And I think we'd be in a pretty big mess right now if we did not have virtual live streaming going on. So that was, and honestly, in my opinion, that was well known back last June that we were going to need that. I mean, I know not everybody wanted it. I don't want a lot of things either, but some things just got to be done. But I will say, these numbers now, I think they form discussion and dialogue, right? I mean, we've been having them as an administrative team too. And if anybody's aware, I mean, everyone is. Mr. Wirtz at Prairie View did a really great job with Janet's assistants and the aides. I mean, they just did a great job, in my opinion, of handling an issue that we had in a classroom going on. I don't know if everybody's aware of it, but obviously the people in the classroom are, and the board was, as I kept them aware of it. And that, they did a great job. They had brought to my attention at that point in time, we really looked at the information, and we had noticed that there are at that point in time, some positivity rates going up in a classroom, a specific classroom, along with a number of kids who were out ill that had not yet been tested and maybe weren't going to get tested. Obviously a choice, right? But we were concerned about the percentage out of 25 students, I think it was. And with that being said, they put together all the data and information and shared their thoughts with me and did a great job. They had every question I was going to ask already aligned before I ever even had to speak to them. And in the end, when we were done talking, we said, look, we could put in some mitigations into that room, but we didn't think it would be right. And we didn't think it'd be right for a variety of reasons that we could go into. And Mark, in the letter that we composed, and Janet, they had already talked. I mean, I loved it. You know, we said, we'll put the questions that we considered in there so parents can see, like, did you think of this? Did you think of this? I'm sure there was things that people came up with that maybe we didn't, but there were numerous things we had thought of, and we explained kind of why, right? And I didn't hear boo from anybody. I think everybody was pretty appreciative from what I understood. But in the end, we did say, they're going home. They're going home. We got to inform parents. We got to make sure, but they got to go home. And then it was about figuring out the correct timeline, right? And that timeline, we said to parents, might have to shift due to the fact of the new information that comes based upon if a student that was ill gets tested today and they were in school the other day. Well, that changes the timeline because of exposure to other kids, right? So, I mean, I think all went fairly well as could be, and we went to virtual in-person learning, temporary. Mark and I always laugh about that because he always leaves off temporary. I go, put temporary. Temporary in-person virtual learning. And then we had to, discuss last week whether or not were we going to bring them back midweek or keep them out. I think it was last week off the top of my head. I'm losing track of all weeks. And we elected to go 2 more days out and say, let's have a fresh start on that Monday for a lot of variety of reasons of what we knew would probably be in the best. But we have had to deal with that already in one classroom at an elementary level, and so I think that would show why some of the numbers have contributed greatly more at Prairie View, but obviously it has led to some tough discussions on our part already, some inconveniences to parents, and parents were great about it, but I mean it still was an inconvenience, I'm sure, and let's be honest. It's one thing to be inconvenienced the first time. It's another thing to be inconvenient now if there's a second time, and a third time, and a fourth time, right? I mean, that becomes a bigger issue. So that's why I get why the board said, let's not do the quarantining this year, because it was a huge, huge inconvenience last year, one we had to do, but man, was it difficult talking to people when they're like, you realize it's the 6th time you're quarantining my kid and what it's doing to her? I mean, those were, I don't want to have those dialogue and discussions again. So I understand the direction we took, but numbers are higher than we had last year, and I think please ask the building level principals and ask Janet because they're the ones working their tails off on so much. I'm just the one who makes the final decisions in the end. They're the ones who do all the grunt work to give me the data to make the decision. Everyone says, "Oh, tough decision." I go, "No." It was tough decisions where the tough part was getting me the information to make the decision. So I just think that those things have to be discussed and I think we do have to have dialogue about what our data is showing us. I mean, we can debate the numbers, I agree, you can debate the numbers, you can debate percentages about where you think your threshold should be. I did bring that up at the, 2 board meetings ago about where should our threshold be? Like, what's the threshold? Because right now we're kind of operating not off of a threshold, and I understand maybe why we don't want to do that. I'm not all about always putting a set number either to everything, but I do think we need to have a threshold of conditions then. Maybe a little more explained clearly on that, so we have a little more, just consistency of it too. So if you have questions for me, please ask. If you want more information from me or if you want other opinions of me, I'm more than happy to give them. But as I tell people often, do you have an opinion? Sure. Do you want to wish to give it? Only if I'm asked. So at that, I think it's more your guys' dialogue than mine right now.
When you say absences, these are true, I mean, you said this, but I'm just clarifying. I'm calling my kid in sick today. He or she is home for an illness. This is not a we're not forcing quarantines, but I guess a parent could choose to hold their kid home if they thought they had a close contact. It's all categorized the same, I guess is what I'm asking, right? That's.
Yeah, yes, and I talked to Lisa about that today with the coding. I mean, she was kind enough to give me, and then she was the one who said, please make sure you stress about the medical illness and illnesses and medicals, that they're together. They can overlap due to the fact it's a coding issue. So yeah, these are, when I'm giving these are not just COVID illnesses, these are not just regular, these are parents calling in for a variety of reasons, but they're illness. Their children are staying home because parents are reporting their child is ill. Yeah, so that's how it's being coded. So it's not, I went on a vacation, and that's in here. That's a different coding.
Absences versus absences due to illnesses, I guess what I'm saying, yeah.
Yep.
Do we know how that compares to other years? I mean, I know 20 was kind of an oddball year overall. How does this year or 20 compared to 18-19 or 17-18? Is there any data on that?
It's a great question, Ted. I don't have it, but I can definitely work on that tomorrow with Lisa. It's a really good question.
What I would add to that is the data is probably going to look very different because of the criteria with which we're making people stay home.
Sure.
So when you go back a couple of years, when people sent their kids to school,
Yeah, we're urging them to stay home now.
we took
Right.
them with coughs and
That's a really good point, too.
now they are not at school. So
Yes.
that would be the hard part.
That's true. That's a
Yeah.
great point, too. I mean, we are really, and I think parents are taking us up on that. Keep them home. And they are keeping them home, where you're right. In the past, somebody had a cough, they were coming. We were coming. Right? So that's a great point, Lindsay. Ted, do you still want me to get that data just for?
Even if it's a general.
Yeah.
I don't want need.
But I think that's a
specifics,
really
but-
important point to take into
Yeah,
account
exactly.
with it.
It's going to be very hard to compare anything.
I mean, part of me doesn't even need to compare, like, these numbers are appalling to me. This is just way too many absences, like 20 days, how many days of school have we had? I mean, I understand comparing is absolutely helpful, but if I was looking at this many kids out of school for any reason, I would wonder what is going on that this many kids are missing school, COVID has made us exhausted talking about this, and we just don't want to. So I totally get that. I don't want to either. But if you told me this many kids are missing school, I would be like, what is happening that we have this many kids missing school? We need to look at that, Not an expert, but just a parent saying, that's a lot of kids missing school 1 month in. Our
Well-
district's not that big.
Well, when we go back and have conversations about where we were a year and a half ago, the one thing we heard consistently, it didn't matter what people's feelings were, politically, non-politically, masks, no masks. The one thing we heard from everybody was the most important thing is to get kids back in the district, get them in person, get them in front of their teachers, because it's hard to keep them engaged when they're sitting in front of a screen. And that didn't even begin to touch on the economic impacts of what happens if my second grader is home, who's home with them, can I go to work, can I not? And I mean, you can pull it apart, you can look at just the straight COVID numbers, the positives we've seen, and yeah, I mean, the hard part is, given what we've got to do, just to simply make sure that we're weeding those cases out, the rules are harder now. And that, that's not what it used to be. But it's our reality, and we're gonna have to face that. And, I mean, being surprised that our numbers are up after the changes that we made to our protocols is sort of like being surprised if the government said, you don't need to wear your seatbelt in the car anymore. Well, some people will choose to wear their seatbelt, some people will choose not to, but deaths are going to rise on the highways. We relaxed everything that worked last year. And I think we're starting to see that play out now.
But you're possibly jumping to conclusions too, based on just that data. I mean, things have changed. The Delta is definitely more virulent, and whether it's going to work with mask or without mask, we don't know. But you're jumping to a conclusion that you don't have the data to support that conclusion.
How many
We're good-
missed days are we okay with?
What's that?
How many missed days of instruction are we okay with before we would say we have disserved our student body and not provided them a full educational experience for the year? How many days are we okay with a kid missing? Or
Totally get
kids in
that.
Prairie View missing? What are we okay with?
And we recognize, I mean, we know that things are going to change. There are, one of the speakers brought it out. Science is always changing. We're always making better decisions in the future based upon things we know. The fact of the matter is, if we had all the answers, this would be really easy. And it's not, because no matter what we do, we're going to have about 50% of the population who wants our head on a platter, and about 50% that thinks that we've done exactly the right thing. It's the unfortunate reality of the situation. And, again, I come back, going back to another comment that was made tonight, follow the logical path. What everybody was telling us a year and a half ago was the most important thing to this community is getting kids back in the school. And now what we're saying is, okay, we got them there. We had an incredibly successful last year, and we chose to go away from the methods that worked. And I mean, we can discuss whether or not we think the vaccine works, whether masks work, whether distancing works. You can discuss all those things. But, just looking at district numbers this year, we had 5 positives between August 26th and September 27th last year, and we've got 45 today. Statistically, I don't know how we ignore that. And
Again, apples and oranges, and again, you're talking 2.3% compared to 0.3%. So overall, it's still not a huge impact.
we've also got almost 50%, or somebody said we now have 50% of the population vaccinated. So yeah, it is apples and oranges. The fact of the matter is, even though we've got 50% of the state vaccinated, we're still seeing this jump.
And chances are, no matter what we do, you're still going to see it.
We don't.
And
Now
right,
you're
right,
jumping
I
to
have no data to
conclusions,
support
Ted.
that, and you have no data to support it on the other end. There really isn't. We're grasping at anything to a certain degree.
Well, there's actually a good study out of the state of North Carolina that basically addressed the issue of mask use. And the fact is, it was pre-Delta. That was when it was done. But what it did say is there was a statistically significant decrease in environments where masks were used. And nobody claims they're going to be a silver bullet. It's just like the airbag in my car. If I get head-on the way home tonight, the airbag isn't necessarily going to save me. But using the airbag in conjunction with the technology that Subaru has put into my car, using the technology of my seatbelt, let's give ourselves a fighting chance. And I think it makes sense. I would love to see this implemented sooner than later, but let's at least open it up for dialogue, because the comment that I was getting a lot last year is, well, nobody in the community even wants to have masks. That's just flat out wrong.
Anybody who wants to wear a mask can wear a mask.
But
we've never said you cannot wear a mask.
But it's well established. The purpose of mask, the protection of the wearer, is a distant secondary purpose to the protection of other people around the wearer. And that's out there. It's well established. And I guess at this point, there was a lot of talk about giving our kids the opportunity to basically take back control and, enabling them to take a step. There comes a point in time when we got to be the adults in the room, and we're falling down. As a district, we're falling down.
I will not mandate kids in this district to wear a mask, because then your next step is going to mandate anybody over 12 has to get the vaccine. So I will not do it.
And I disagree with that, Steve, because I wouldn't, speaking personally, I would love to see people get the vaccine. That's a different issue. That's an entirely different issue. And while I may encourage somebody personally to consider doing that, no, I would stand arm in arm with you on that at this point. and would not. But again, you know, that's a discussion that it's not even out there yet, because half of our district can't even get the vaccine. Those are the kids that are most vulnerable.
None of this has to be forever, but I truly want to know at what point we would look at this many days of missed school and say we have a problem on our hands. I'm not even talking about masks. I'm saying, as a board, when would we say, for the number of days of opportunity, we have missed too many, and we need to look at that.
Well, do we go back to the old standards of come to school when you're coughing, and you'll see all those numbers go back down? Right? Come to school when you're ill, and those numbers will go back down to the normal level. Is that where we're headed?
I guess if that's the kind of example we want to set, I mean, I find it really funny that we talk about this district trying to engage with the community and playing a vital role in the community. And basically what we're teaching our kids right now is, you know, your personal choice is more important than protecting those around you. And the fact of the matter is, I mean, let's just cut right to just practicality. The people in this community want our kids in school. The CDC's first key takeaway: students benefit from in-person learning, and safely returning to in-person instruction in the fall of 2021 is a priority. You know, there are a lot of people that don't agree, or they have issues with what the CDC is saying. I don't think anybody disagrees on that point. And it's so abundantly clear that there are some basic, inexpensive ways that we can improve the likelihood that we keep kids in school. We have a whole year last year. We didn't have vaccines last year. Yeah, Delta's a little bit more contagious than the previous strain, but it doesn't mean we don't try. If anything, it means we should up our game.
I mean, in the end, we can debate this probably all night long. I think we need parent feedback, student feedback to a certain degree, whether that's at a special meeting. I don't know if that's the right course at this point, or I know we've talked about surveys, what kind of response rate you get, I don't know. But feedback, I think we need what these parents are thinking. We hear from the ones that come and speak, but it's a small percentage of the overall parent and student population.
Are there other mitigation measures that anyone's open to considering?
I guess
We
I'd have
took
to
everything-
talk
we
to the
took everything
administrators
out.
about that, about the barriers. Is that effective? Is it bad for teaching practices? What do you guys think overall in each of your schools? I know it's a tough one, but different mitigation measures. What's
So there was a variety of different mitigation measures last year related to cohorting.
Mark, can you speak in the mic? Trust me, we didn't do it to hear you. But the people need to hear you.
So there's a variety of different mitigation measures that we tried, that we did implement last year, from the barriers to cohorting to different schedules that we developed to really minimize the contact that kids had. Spacing, 6-foot distancing as best as we could in the classroom. Probably some are more effective than others. I think the barriers, I'm just going to be really honest, they look good, but I don't think that they mattered at all last year when it came to it. In fact, if there was a group of 4 students sitting within a pod next to each other, like, yes, there were barriers there, but we still quarantined that group because there was still, we felt close contact during that time. I mean, it would take us to go back to our buildings to really rethink some of those mitigations. Like, I'm just be honest, 4th grade, we have class sizes of 27 pretty much across the board in there. Those classrooms are full. I can't tell you in full honesty that we can spread them out to 6 feet in that room as a successful strategy. I think the other thing, I'm just being really transparent here too. You know, Janet and I are going to meet tomorrow. We've got another classroom that we have probably 3 classrooms that we're watching. We've got one classroom tomorrow that we're going to be talking and maybe having to make a recommendation to Dr. Hibner about that class.
Do you think you can get kids to 3 feet distances?
Sure. If they
Effectively.
don't move during the course of the day. So like that's the issue is
fine.
yes, while they're desk to
That's fine.
desk, and they were just mummies standing there, yes. But during the course of the day, they interact with each other.
And I guess that's where I would add to, I mean, when we talk about our littlest ones, I think on paper, distancing was a part of our plan last year, and yes, for our single tables, we pulled them apart, but were we able to socially distance 5- and 6-year-olds all day long? Like, no. I mean, it's just impossible. So I think it's just fair to be transparent about that. Like, we can talk about distancing, but they were not always distanced. I mean, sitting still, maybe some of them, but we also still utilized, tables that sat 4 kids, in which case they weren't spread apart. So that's just important to be honest about, I think.
I think at the middle school this year has probably been quite a challenge because of the class sizes that we have. In some classes that are 35, 37. It's and here again, I don't necessarily have the exact square footage data, but we have next to Prairie View probably the smallest classrooms in the district. So there is some concern that I have with that kind of a component in terms of attempting to spread students out. We have just some things that we've done this year. We've gone back into the cafeteria, but one of the things that we have done is that we've separated our grade levels. We don't mix our grade levels at lunch. We do also provide areas, since we're able to still go outside right now. We have a number of areas that we basically have our kiddos go to during that particular flex time outside. We are preparing ourselves to, if we have to go back to eating in classrooms, those are things that we have to, and I know that the other principals are doing the same thing, trying to do that at a moment's notice. And so we have to be prepared for those kind of situations, and we have talked about those kinds of things. So it's the plans that are, we're waiting if we have to go that route. So, here again, yes, we look at the mitigation components here, and that we haven't used this year. It's difficult. Like what Mark was saying is attempting to have students just stay put in one particular area. I look at middle school as kind of like herding cats in a lot of cases, and it's hard to do those kinds of things with our kids. And so it's our struggle right now.
All right, well, to echo one of the things on just the barriers in general,
probably not the most effective. By the time we got to the end, people were, in a sense, skirting them. You've probably seen them in businesses where people don't talk at the barrier, will talk around it, and so actually, not even whatever use they were was no longer impactful. Some of the things that we've kind of had to pull back on would be some of the distancing. Before we had a lot more space for lunch. We've maintained a lot of space for lunch, but we definitely have much more students together, so the spacing has definitely decreased quite a bit. There's still, in a sense, personalized cohorts. I mean, most students sit with the same group every lunch period and things like that. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that one, Stacy.
I think one of the things that we're trying to balance at the high school as we're going into homecoming week next week is returning to some of that normalcy that our students told us last year was so important to them. We had to make up a prom. So really just trying to balance that. I mean, our plan moving forward is to go into a homecoming dance next Saturday. Many schools around us have already done it. Our homecoming is late in comparison, so it's just really that balance. For us at the high school, it's looked a little different this year. Reed will talk about athletics next, because for us, that is where our cohort of positive cases came in August. Since then, we have the capability at the high school, the students do for the vaccine, so it changes our conversations, right? So if a parent tests positive, we talk to the student. If they're vaccinated, they come back to school the next day. So for us, the dynamics are a little bit different than you heard kind of down in the primary levels. So that's been a different lens for us.
Yeah, and just from an athletic standpoint, so when talking with the rest of the Rock Valley, this was kind of a pretty big topic and point of contention for many of the districts that we are in the Rock Valley with. When you're participating in athletics, you're in close contact with your teammates. So if there is a positive case on that team, you're at a chance or a risk of contracting COVID-19. And we saw that earlier on this year in August and maybe early September. But within the Rock Valley, those schools have made it very clear that in order for them to come and play us, or for us to go and play those schools in the Rock Valley, we need to continue with contact tracing. So that really hasn't been brought up tonight. But I think that's important to understand that if we were to say that we wanted to move away from contact tracing because it would be nice, or however you want to state it, we would probably not be able to face all but 2 schools within the Rock Valley. So that's it from an athletic standpoint, I guess.
So I don't envy any of the decisions that you guys are making. I appreciate all the feedback, both sides, from the people that actually, have students here. And but one of the things I will say as the nurse is that for me, having everything removed at once is pretty tough. When, working with the doctor, it was always, how do we know when we do something, we gauge our effectiveness? If I give you Tylenol, I want to know, did that Tylenol help? If I give you Tylenol, ibuprofen, ice, rest, and narcotic, number one, you're not going to be able to tell me how you feel. But number two, how do I know which one worked? So we kind of removed everything. I get that. People were tired of it. We had great numbers, great, comparatively to where we are now. But I think things have really changed. The Delta variant is over 2 times more contagious. Yes, people that are vaccinated can get that. We know that they can get any of the variants if they're vaccinated. It's a lot less severe in most cases. And I'll just say that, like, all of the studies that talk about coming back to school and all of that, there was great studies done. Wisconsin was part of it. But the studies that are done, we can come back to school safely in a good environment with mitigations in place. That's what the studies were from last year, saying we had XYZ. If you do XYZ, likely You're not the spreader of what's going on in your community. Yes, you may see certain mimics, but you're not seeing it the same way. You're not spreading it amongst your school. Last year, I was trying really hard to find, did this come from our school? Do I honestly think from what I'm looking at in timelines, classes, close contacts, was this coming here? From my stuff, maybe 3 is what I was seeing. This year, I don't have to try. I'm trying to find another way where it could have come from, hoping it's not us. I don't think we're unsafe. I don't think we're doing anything terrible. I don't think we're doing anything majorly different from anywhere else. But I do think from the discussions that I've heard from all of you, I know that you all care about this community. I know you've all been part of this community for a long time in various roles, businesses, students of your own, etc. But I think that what we're seeing here is the need to do something. That's not my place to tell you what it is, but do I think that what we were doing last year was helpful? Yes. Do I think it was extremely difficult on all of everyone watching, everyone part of our district, all of you? Absolutely. But we do have to do the hard thing sometimes, and I'd rather do the hard thing and err on the side of caution and have people be safer, and if it's the same, okay, then yes, those people that say the masks aren't gonna help, those sorts of things, maybe that's correct. But I truly believe that what we did last year, I was pretty darn proud of it, and last year I was skeptical, very skeptical, I will say, at the beginning of the year. But I was super proud of what we did. My kids go here. So just as a parent, I'm appreciative of everything that happens, but also now that I work here, I do feel a pretty strong sense to at least speak up. We do have a lot of kids in our district, a lot of staff members in our district that are immune compromised, and I understand that their choice is what they do, right? They make these decisions with their providers, with themselves, with their families, with their loved ones, and all of that. But I think that they all have a right to be here as well. And I just think that as a community, we always talk about building our community. We want to have a great community. And part of that sense of community is, like other people have alluded to, it is putting others above yourself. Not completely, not 100%, not saying everyone come up here, I want to give everyone the vaccine, I want every single person to wear a face covering all the time. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is sometimes those things that don't harm us but could potentially have a great benefit to others might be worth it. So, thank you for your time.
If I can just echo a couple things. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows, right? Let's just call it the way it is. Nobody wants to even have these discussions, right? I mean, and if you've been watching any board meetings in the last 6 months, you know, even having me type it on the agenda makes me nervous, more or less, having the discussion over it. And so first and foremost, I want to state that's the first thing I want to state, right? I don't have a script here, so that could be dangerous for me. And that's this, and that is, if the board were to elect to do a special meeting on this or have a discussion on this, whenever, first and foremost, I want to plead to the community, and that is that they're asking you to listen and come and, remember, it's a board meeting in the public, not of the public, but they probably would be asking for feedback of the public, and then having dialogue amongst themselves and asking for the public to be very respectful while they're having their meeting in the public. And I want to challenge East Troy community, and what I mean by that is in a positive way. We've seen how those meetings can go awry very quickly in other communities, and I sit and I become very saddened when I see that, whether what you're agreeing or disagreeing with. So the first thing I want to do is I want to be proactive and challenge all of us, and that is to stay civil through it all. Stay civil and truly respect that civility, and that we say we're an educational institution always trying to teach our kids and model our kids. I really, that's fine to model like a strong opinion, but let's definitely make sure we're trying to model civility to them. And how we can deal with a difficult challenge. I would love to see our district have the press coverage as we work through this too, just like every other district, the press coverage of civility, and that it can be done, you know, with dignity, and disagreements can happen, and challenges that we all acknowledge. We have different beliefs, and there's challenges, and we view data differently, but I really challenge all of us to think that way in advance, because emotions can run high, right? So you have to think about that before your emotions get high, right? A common phrase I always say to people when they get really upset in my office is, and people will say, you know, I don't know about that, you know, and I'll say, I try to always use one's character when true character is needed. It's really easy to demonstrate character when you get your way on everything, or when you know, you get everything you want. It's hard to demonstrate true character, right, when your boss looks at you and says, good points, no. What do you mean no? No. I listen to you, but no. Then you sit back and you watch, right, like how they handle it. There's an appropriate way to say no. I believe that wholeheartedly too, or yes, and all that. But I challenge people to really come forth with that character. Secondly, it's a board's decision. It's not mine to make, so I'm not trying to pass the buck, but you're talking about something from a whole district perspective, and up to this point in time, for this, we said for district level of operational guides for the significant changes, that's board level decisions, and because it affects the community so much, and I respect that completely. So I'm not trying to pass a buck, but I do think 5 heads is better than 1 anyways. With that being said, I would encourage the board to think about a special meeting. Sooner rather than later, I would be honest, not waiting till the next October meeting, because if you notice on the agenda, we're recommending the next October meeting actually gets moved from the 11th to the 25th, because we don't get the release of the state aid until the 15th. So we kind of need to, we can't have it on the 11th. We won't know the information we need to set the tax levy. And so I just think the 25th is a long time. But that's your decision. I would say I would recommend a special meeting prior to that is my suggestion. Nobody has a good answer here tonight in regards to, so what should we do, or if not do anything? Nobody has that good answer. I think we heard about the barricades, and you know, it's not just their opinions on the barricades. CDC doesn't even have that as one of their primary supports of intervention any longer. They don't say that you shouldn't do them, but they don't have it as one of their primary ones any longer. Hence why we didn't do that this year. But I think we have to have, in my opinion, dialogue about, you know, Stacy said it, it's balance, and nobody knows the balance. I mean, heck, in my own personal life with my own family, we talk about the balance a lot, and, you know, how can we do this here, and over here we got this, and there, you know, it's very difficult to navigate, and that's only with my family, more or less all of us, right, in different opinions. So where I'm going with it is, though, I mean, I am concerned about our primary numbers. You know, and for varying reasons, I don't know about our middle school and high school numbers, if there's rationales and reasons, if it is because of vaccination or not vaccination. I am not here to promote vaccination or not vaccination. I'm not. But what I am saying is we know that 12-year-olds and above have the option. You know, whether or not they are or aren't, that's not for me to ever really even know. But the 11 and below do not. And I do believe, and maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I do believe there are parents who are concerned about not having that choice either. And I know that they have other choices. I get that. I just go back to the numbers, and I get concerned about the numbers. And I wasn't even aware of this yet. I'm sure Mark and Janet were going to wait to talk to me tomorrow about it when they confirm more things. So I wasn't holding back on anyway. But I mean, now we're dealing with maybe another class or two, right? And you know, it's not just going to be a one-time class or two thing. Let's be honest on that, right? So, you know, I think there just has to be good dialogue. And I really do believe, as much as hard it is for me to say this, I think the two good dialogues have to be about, so do you, especially at elementary levels, maybe 11 years and younger or something, but is the discussion about, are we considering going back to Chris? Should we think about the close contacts and identifying true close contacts again, true close contacts, and then they have to become quarantined? And what's the length of day? You know, there's a lot of different ranges now. It doesn't have to stay at the 14. It could be 7 or 10. And so it doesn't have to be as long as it was last year. That will still be an inconvenience to families, and I'm sure they would not like that. But that's a possibility is my point. And or, is it that we consider, yes, a face covering at the elementary levels for a short period of time? And we see what happens with the data. And we acknowledge it, and we look at it. And we see what is happening at a state, county, global level too, and obviously vaccination, they're thinking, and again, I am not here promoting, but I do know that there's a lot of strong possibilities now that that's going to be made available in late October for 11 and younger. So those things, right, there's different things that will result in change. Time changes. I mean, and I, again, understand when people say to me, but Chris, you're going to have a homecoming dance, for crying out loud. You have all the athletic. I get that. This is where it's all complicated for balance. And I want to offer normalcy to kids as much as possible. I fight for normalcy every day, and my principals know that. I fight hard, not with them, but I fight hard on questioning. Like, I want the normalcy as much as I can, so how can we make it be normal? You know, and we're just going to have to monitor the middle school, high school levels. I do look at those middle school, high school numbers for illness, and they're less than the elementaries. They're less, pretty significantly. So I think to myself, well, I mean, I don't know the reasons for everything, but it is, and I agree with what Ted said. You know, I mean, numbers of comparison, and I agree with what Steve was saying too about, you know, I mean, kids came when they were ill in the past, and you know, all those things, and things have changed and all that. And then I agree with Lindsay that we're pushing people to stay home now, and you know, and I have so many calls, honestly, day in, day out. Well, when are you going to change to this? And when are you going to think about this? And how do we get beyond this? And, you know, sometimes you're just going to have to go back to normalcy and not worry about, trust me, I don't dispute that. I don't know the answer to all that. I don't. I do know I don't want to do a thing that's affecting these kids physiologically and psychologically. And that's why we're working as hard as we can to provide in-person, but also virtual live stream, when they have to go into it, if they're never feeling comfortable coming back, and when they're here, feeling as comfortable as possible. So long story short, I mean, take it for what it is. I respect if you don't take my suggestion, recommendation at all. I've never been harmed by my suggestions and recommendations being shot down by the board. I don't take it personally. I never have. But my recommendation is I think a special meeting should occur before the 25th of October. And the dialogue should just be about overall in general, but I really think the emphasis should be at the elementary levels right now. If you want to try to at least narrow in there, and we'll monitor everything still, and talk about, should we be doing something that's responsive and not reactive? And responsive could be the quarantining, and then being us changing how we're doing the close contacts, if you'd prefer that, and then how many days. And I think getting feedback from the community, you know, are they okay with that? If they're not, would you prefer rather the face coverings, or do you want both? Or I imagine there's going to be groups that are saying, we don't want either. Do you hear us? We have heard. But I just think the dialogue has to happen. And I'll go back to what I said at the beginning, civility while we're having it. I really would love to see us have that dialogue and show people it can happen without what I've read and seen in other board level meetings.
If we were to look at the 11th, since we've got to push the meeting on the 11th, if we were to look at the 11th as a date for the special meeting, do you think that would give us time as an administration, as a district, to gather some of that feedback that we need?
Today's the 27th. I think it would, I think it gives us time. I think the question is, what's the feedback we want back to, for me to be able to answer that question about the level of fidelity of that feedback. So we could get something out to families. I don't know if we get something out to community in that amount of time, but we could definitely get something out to families in that time and get information back. Then the question is what you would want back. You know, if all of you have some information that you're already thinking you'd want back.
That's the public hearing about Chester Burns, probably not the best date to have.
Good call, Steve.
Okay.
Can we start with feedback and kind of take it from there? Can we put it out on Skyward or whatever and get feedback from parents on different mitigation measures, just to see their feelings on it? How long do you think that would take to put something together and get feedback?
Very short survey on a few key topics, get their parent feedback in. Do you want it just as our goal is to get it out to as many and all parents in the district at all levels?
I think
And then just demographically break it out, right? I
that'd be
mean,
the
we could
easiest
break it
thing
out
to do at
age
this
level.
point, yeah.
Okay, we can do that, and I think we can get one out fairly quick.
Okay. When do you think to get results back? What's the time frame?
I think it's fair to give them a good full week
Okay.
to get it back to us. So if we can get it out by the end of this week, we could get it out. I mean, we could work on it tomorrow, get it out on Thursday. Don't hold me to it, but Friday at the latest. And then we could ask people to be returning it by sometime next week, which would be, help me out here, the 4th off the top of my head?
4th is Monday.
4th is Monday, so let's say that, let's say 7th or 8th, we could get it back. So then the following week, whenever, but you would have it back we could ask for it to be closed by the 7th or 8th.
Okay.
And then to clarify, we don't need to reconvene as a board to call for a special meeting. That can be called without a
Yes.
board action.
You do not need to. No, on this type of topic, you may want to make it be known tonight, but no, we just have to post it accordingly, and I need to post it. I like to give at least 2 complete days, so no
Sure.
earlier than 3 days.
Sure.
We've
Okay.
always done. Because it's not considered an emergency meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Okay with everybody, get feedback and take it from there?
Yeah.
So get the feedback and then go from there based on the feedback?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
You
it
bet.
probably, there definitely won't be a meeting on the 11th.
No, yeah. And the first things first is get the survey out, get the feedback, share the feedback, and then we'll determine whether or not, is there a special meeting or we wait till the 25th to go over it. Okay.
Okay, anything else on COVID-19 updates? Okay. Then we'll move on to operational updates, state budget, district-wide building projects, ESSER funds, and middle school HVAC. Another fun topic.
Kathy, you want to start off the state budget again? Just kind of a
Could-
rehash?
Could we table it? There's nothing new since the last board meeting. I'd like to get a little further in ESSER readings.
What's that?
I'd like to get a little further in ESSER requirements before, I don't have anything new from the
Okay.
last board meeting.
So you want to table this whole agenda
Yeah,
item?
I'd be rehashing the
I
same
just do have one
information.
question for you.
Yeah.
Is there a time limit when we have to spend the ESSER funds?
Yes, September
2024.
2024?
Okay.
Yeah. it's
Something
a
like
long
that?
time.
Okay.
We do need
It's
to make
either
it,
2023 or 2024.
Okay.
we do need to make a decision about the middle school though, don't we?
The HVAC.
Got a
Andy,
little time,
decision
but we're starting to
timeline.
run low.
Yeah, so I mean, we're seeing lead times on equipment get pushed out further and further because of shortages. I mean, plastic is the newest one that they just don't have, anything plastic has got longer and longer lead time. I don't know when that's gonna end. And then labor shortages are starting to become an issue as well, so.
And price increases too.
So the sooner, I don't know if you want me to go to the mic, should I go to the mic?
Yeah, you should. Thank you.
Maybe it wouldn't be till next summer, but yeah, we're just getting.
So, I mean, it's just good to point out that, you know, using time is just advantageous for both for bidding, for ordering equipment and scheduling the project to make sure everything gets done efficiently, cost effectively, and just make the project go smoother. So the sooner we can make a decision, the better it is. So right now, again, we're at September 27th. If you guys actually gave approval tonight, not saying that you are, but if you did, we'd be looking at late October to actually have everything about 90% engineered, that we would then review with facility and staff and Chris and even the principal, or at least Pete. And then bid documents would go out sometime in mid-November. That's when we would release them to contractors. We would receive the bids by end of November, then come to you guys, review everything, come to you guys looking for approval in early December. So that means, okay, so early December, you know, approve those bids. Then we start looking at the ordering, the scheduling. You know, the goal would be to try to do some of the work during the spring break, and then obviously, you know, go ramp it up into June and all the way through August, so to shoot for that completion at the middle school at the end of August. Remember, it's not just replacing unit for unit, it's actually getting into the ceilings, disrupting the ceilings, running new ductwork, running new control wiring, putting new ceilings in. Something that I don't think, I went back to a couple board meetings that we talked about this, but just also know that this does include some LED at the middle school. I don't think anybody was aware of that, but there's a budget item in there, because once we're disrupting that ceiling, there's LED lights that would, you know, or go back into that project. So keep that in mind. So again, if we were looking at early December, we'd be looking at ordering towards the end of December, giving those bids out, awarding those bids. So I mean, we really need to start ordering stuff like January, February, just to make sure that we really have it in August, to ensure that we have that equipment. Because, you know, a lot of the projects that we did this summer, I was very fortunate to have stuff, you know, like those boilers that we did. You know, the reason we were able to do that is because the manufacturer had them. There's not going to be any guarantees. There was projects I would have liked to have done this summer that I couldn't do because they didn't have the equipment. I'm afraid that, you know, if we don't make a decision soon, we might get promises and they're not kept because they can't control that supply chain. So,
What was the price on just the design approximately to be able to take it out to bid?
what do you mean? I'm sorry.
I
So
mean, you got to design the system to send it out for bids.
Oh, I don't have that number. I'm sorry, Ted, I don't have that number. So, I mean, it was just kind of that, 2.7 million price range. I don't know what PSI would specifically charge us. I mean, I could go back and ask them that. What can you charge us to do a 90% design? So,
I'm just thinking, we've been talking about this for months, and I think we were in general agreement, this is something we need to get done at some point. I mean, we got to pay to design the system and send it out to bids. We don't necessarily know exactly how we're going to pay for it once we got to approve those bids.
That's the scary part, how
That's
we
the
gonna
scary
pay for
part.
it, yeah.
But if it's a few percent to send it out for design, something we know we have to do, whether it's now or next year or the year after,
Yes.
probably sooner than later, why not get it designed, get it out to bid, let's see where we're sitting, let's see what the lead times are at that point, then we can make a decision on how we're going to use the ESSER funds or fund balance or whatever the case may be to pay for it.
yeah, I kind of like that idea, actually.
You know, and on page 73, there is a proposal there of how to use ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds. And if you went with that proposal, about $1 million of ESSER could go towards the project. And again, theoretically, then $1 million could come from fund balance, interest rates being really low right now. It's like
That's the scary part, coming from fund balance.
Yeah.
I mean, it would help if we had the Chester Burns sold, that would help.
that would help, and then this year, there's probably gonna be a lot of positive variance already. We have one unfilled position at a minimum, one unfilled that we still have yet to hire right now. And we have two sitting unfilled that are gonna be unfilled for the whole year. The kindergarten, we're down to 3 positions, we have budgeted for 4. Middle school math, there was a late resignation that wasn't filled. So you're probably gonna have
Yes, that is a scary part, because we're still borrowing money, and that's, you know,
Yeah, you're still borrowing money any way you slice it, because you have to, even if you borrow from a fund balance, then you have to increase your short-term borrowing.
yes.
You have to 2.5
Yep.
instead of 1.
Yep, exactly. That's the problem.
What do we need at this point to start the process of getting a design completed so we can get it out to bid and start to put real
I
numbers?
think that's just a motion to direct them to get the design going and get this out to bid, and then we can make the final determination once the bids come in.
Do you have a ballpark figure what design costs?
I'm gonna say 6 to 7% of that $2.7 million. So that's
Talking
probably
200
gonna
grand.
be, yeah.
120, 120, 130, a little more.
All right,
But that's me giving that, I'm just trying to go back to the referendum, what they were gonna charge us for the referendum, and I think it was in the 6 to 7%.
Yeah, that's full
range.
design. I would think
Yeah.
just a mechanical would be a little bit less, but, yeah. 5-ish, 5%.
I hate spending the money.
I know. But we know the system needs replacement or needs something to happen to it. We got cracked heat exchangers. We have to do something.
yeah, the other option is replace the heat exchangers.
Right, exactly, and just limp along as it is for.
Limp along.
Mm-hmm,
To do that, you don't need a design.
right.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of money, you know, if we don't do it, we spent $200,000 or whatever.
Mhm.
I mean, I like the idea, but I'm just a little leery on the money situation. I mean, I'd love to have a new system. I'd love to have the $15,000 to $20,000 energy savings. That will be fantastic.
We also have ESSER funds we have to use within a certain
Yeah,
amount
we
of
do
time.
have to
which
use the ESSER
we
funds.
do
That's
not
why I
wanna
asked
use for,
Kathleen.
operational.
Yes, I know we have to,
It is 2024.
it is 2024. So, I mean, it's great we only borrowed 1.5. I think that's fantastic. But next year we're going 2.5 again if we take the money away. If enrollment goes up, that's great, you know? That's a tough decision.
Yeah, it's another balancing one. I strongly encourage, though, to listen to Andy on this one and invest in the updates, and whether it be from a 2.4 range or 2.7 or wherever that falls. I think we live in too much of a unknown in the district sometimes in too many levels. And so we need to literally cross some things off and not be worried about it, then how long it will last for weeks, months, years. Like, let's get something crossed off. And it has been accomplished and done, and we don't have to worry and revisit that challenge, in my mind, that challenge any longer. Because so many times we don't do that, and then it's still overhanging while we're trying to deal with all the other challenges in our district. And I really would recommend, like, we have an opportunity here because of ESSER. We do, and it'll meet the requirements of ESSER from the standpoint of the HVAC and the ventilation and everything else. And I agree wholeheartedly, Dale, about, you know, it's kind of, well, you know, but if we utilize fund balance, we could be short-term borrowing more. We could be. I mean, I don't know what our fund balance will look like a year from now with the positive variance, but I will say, you know what, the good news, I guess, if you want to say it, is, hey, we have really upped our fund balance, and we had over $800,000 in positive variance after the Chromebooks and everything else. We still had 800, whatever, 95,000 in positive variance from this past year. That could be utilized. I mean, to me, it's you know, that is ideal timing for us, and that was good amounts of us being frugal, to be quite frank. And yes, because of COVID, but let's utilize that time frame with the ESSER and that. And we also still have the other designation of the ESSER funds, right? To that 20% learning loss. And we've already identified that to strategic assessment practices. And we've aligned that to also providing it for collaborative learning to assist us with students' social and emotional And, you know, if you want to take that, that goes to the discipline level that we're saying, and having other strategies to assist. So we're not having behaviors intervene as much, and we're helping kids on social emotional levels. So we've got that designated. I think that was like 350,000. And we've got that designation of 50,000 in stipends over a course of 2 to 3 years in times in different areas. And to me, that's very smart too, because everything I've been reading about, people stress all the time when it's coming to the ESSER funds right now, like, you know, you should be considering multi-year spending schedules. You should be drawing down the schedule. You should be staying away from the one-time federal funds that are recurring costs, because you're not going to get the monies again. You got to be you got to put it into more financially sustainable options that have impacts, right? You got to have targeted investments to support student learning, which we'll do on the assessment side. Pursuit of constant improvement. It should help all students in all school buildings. It should be transparent. To me, the middle school HVC does that, and where we're putting it for the 20% learning loss does that. I just really would highly suggest taking advantage. I think it's an opportune time. Like, it's not, we got to take advantage of it. Get the ESSER, utilize the fund balance, get the middle school HVAC done, and we also put it towards that 20% that we already designated out. We've prioritized. You guys asked for that, we did it. And I think those are your priorities right now, to allocate those funds that way. We still will have a good fund balance, and hopefully we can continue to add to it.
So I also want to point out, so those are aged equipment. We're basically investing, if we just do the heat exchangers, we're just investing into equipment that should eventually be replaced within the next 5 years anyway. I haven't talked to one mechanical contractor, and so we use Illingworth a lot, okay? They would be the ones that I would probably end up using to replace the heat exchangers. They even recommend, so that's an automatic to them. If we go with the other, you know, the other alternative, the 2.7 million, there's no guarantee that they're gonna get that work, right? Mm-hmm. They're recommending we don't do the heat exchangers, and they're probably gonna be the ones that I contracted to do the heat exchangers. They've already done two. So with that said, things are aligning that we could do this. I think that's what Kathy and Chris and I are saying. Totally respect your decision, but it is somewhat fortunate that things are aligning. Now I can tell you too, I always say a lot of times structures like the encasement, you know, the enclosures of the equipment is pretty good. Over the summer, during one of our windstorms, the top blew off of one of the equipment, one of the rooftop units over there. So things are happening to those units. Today I was at the middle school. Jim Atkinson called me up and said, hey, I got a problem with the VFD. It's an alarm I'd never even heard of before. It's a 20-21. I went over there was nothing that I could even do. So Illingworth is coming out tomorrow. There's all these circumstances that are starting to happen with this equipment. I could probably go back and get a report from Illingworth and tell you what those expenditures were. Maybe it'd be low, you know, that's a relative, you know, dollars are relative to people. But those expenses are gonna start adding up on that equipment over there with those rooftop units. Much like a lot of the other equipment in the district. But rooftop units, because they both have a cooling side and a heat side versus like an air handler, like Prairie View is my favorite system. They're air handling systems. We can do pretty much everything we want with those, and the enclosure will always be good. We can replace a motor, we can replace a compressor, but these are one big package unit that, you know, it could impact something for heating, it could impact something for cooling. We might have bad HVAC during winter and during summer, whereas with an air handler, we just don't quite have that, so.
I'm going to make the motion that we go ahead and begin the process of designing the system that we would ideally like to see, or that we would recommend going into the middle school, so that we can go out for the purpose of procuring bids and actually putting dollars from ESSER to use to get that problem taken care of.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Discussion?
How would we pay for this in a year without ESSER? Would it all come out of fund balance?
Probably.
Paying for this without ESSER, is that what
Yeah.
you asked? Two choices, yes, it could all come out of fund balance. We have enough right now. Two, you can also take out a loan with the state up to $1 million without a referendum, and then you're paying interest on that. Again, when the time comes, I'm going to analyze the different funding options and see which one's best. Right now, again, with interest rates so low, I'm thinking it's best to borrow from ourselves technically. But those are really the only two options.
This money that we would use for this design work, would that come right out of ESSER?
Come out of ESSER, otherwise it can come out of the regular budget at this point too.
So if your question is, does it qualify for ESSER?
No, I was just
Okay.
wondering where the design money was actually
Oh,
gonna
the
come
design
from.
money.
The
Yeah.
design might, and since it's part of the middle school HVAC project, and the middle school HVAC project, to our knowledge, is approved out of the ESSER, that's where I'm going with that.
Kath, the $1 million you were saying too, from the standpoint of the $1 million of the loan, are you referring back to the $1 million that we could take from an essence of debt for then paying off within the revenue limit?
Yes,
Yeah.
in Fund 38, and
Yeah.
exactly, it is under the revenue caps.
Yeah.
And that's why it doesn't need voter approval. So, ironically, the last time the Fund 38 was used was for the middle school HVAC units, back in 2004, I believe it was, and a loan was taken out, and that's how they were originally purchased. And so,
What I was trying to say too is I appreciate that is you are ironic because I do remember that. Is that so the payment back though on that loan itself is the payment of what you're doing is adding to our structural deficit. So
Yes.
if we had a $300,000 deficit, just so everyone understands that, the payment's $50,000, right? Let's say for that year, each year thereafter, it's $350,000. We're always adding $50,000 onto our structural deficit, whatever that loan payment is.
yes, and there's interest payments on that too. So we had 138,000 on Fund 38 for many, many, many years. It was finally paid off. Again, don't quote me on this, maybe 2018 it was paid off. And again, then we were able to spend that 138,000 on things, on other things in the budget because it was no longer coming off right away your revenue limit formula.
So, I guess a little confused because you say we have a structural deficit, but then we have $1 million and $500,000 in positive variance.
So are you talking about like the future structural
Yeah.
deficit? So the best way I think I can explain it, Dale, is ongoing costs versus one-time costs. So when we calculate the revenue cap gap, we project next year's revenues and next year's expenditures. And we say our revenues are shorter than our expenditures, right? And in order to balance the budget, we have to cut 500,000, we have to cut 800,000, whatever. So we do that, then we get to a point of a balanced budget, right? We're entering this year with a balanced budget. Well, already there's things we're not gonna spend. Like, we had budgeted for 4 kindergarten positions. Then when class numbers appeared so low, we only have 3 now that we've started the school year. So there's money sitting in that line item right now that's not gonna be spent. Same with middle school math. We had middle school math position that we were going into this school year with. The person resigned like a week before. Administration did some great work with the help of the teachers. They're not refilling that position. We're going forward with savings in that. So that is what, by the end of next June, these budgetary line items that we're not gonna spend, we call that positive variance. So we can spend that on other things this year. Now, when you go into December, January, February, and we're balancing the budget for the next year again, and I'm gonna say, okay, the revenue cap gap is 900,000, one of the first things you're gonna see is minus the middle school math position, minus the kindergarten position that we didn't fill. So then we're gonna subtract that from the revenue cap gap going forward. You're gonna use that as a cut for your future years.
Okay, so would I be correct to say that we have $500,000 in positive variance
This year,
this year? We have the
Which-
ESSER funds almost $1 million.
Mhm.
So we have $1.5 million towards
Yep.
the project already.
Yep.
if we sell the Chester Burns school system, we'd have another 400,000. That's almost $2 million.
Yes.
That we would have towards that system.
Yep.
And if the system comes in at like 2.2 million, we might,
Hopefully, either we have more positive variance by the end of the year, more things start being underspent. You know, utilities is another one. If we have a great utilities year, if we don't have a lot of snow plowing, we'll underspend those budget cycles. And we generally do have positive variance at the end of the year because we generally are more on the conservative side upfront budgeting. So yeah, you may have more positive variance that can cover it all. If not, that's when you have to go to fund balance. But the last couple years, fund balance has been built up significantly. You know, I'm with you. I would love to have enough fund balance that we don't have to short-term borrow. Do I feel comfortable enough in how much we've built it up lately that we can take a little bit from it? Yes.
And Dale, we're pretty, I mean, I'll say, I think we're pretty comfortable. I mean, you never know, but from a standpoint, we recognize that our recommendation is to utilize some monies out of fund balance to help offset the ESSER funds for the overall price of the HVAC, right? So we recognize that already, hence is what Kathy's alluding to. We already sat down and said, what do we need to do here from a standpoint of certain things that we might not address in certain projects that Andy would have done with positive variance, that we said, let's not address those yet. Let's wait on those to see where our positive variance comes in. And by the way, here's some positions. Let's not fill those positions at this time, and we're gonna see if we really need them and when, due to the fact that can already help us then to fill the fund balance if we don't fill, you know, if we have that positive variance at the end of this year. So we're already trying to create that positive variance to replenish the fund balance on what we're gonna spend for this project in advance.
okay.
So, and Kath was talking about the middle school position. The only thing I do want to say on that one, that one might still get filled. It's still a question of, it's open. We're trying to maybe find candidates for it. We've tried in numerous different ways, not just only on the math side, but possibly other venues, right? English, math, and seeing like, is there anybody? And then reorganizing a little bit. So that one might still get filled, but all the other ones and all the other things that she has said, we had said, we're putting a hold on that one. So, and even so, if you think of it this way, it's not necessarily a good thing, but it's the reality. So we haven't had that position for already 1 full month in this school year. So, I mean, all those things contribute to costs that we had budgeted at one time that we're not paying.
So I just want to say this, because I don't want, if we move forward with this, I don't want to mislead anybody. So that preliminary number for that option was 2.7 to 3. At the time that so that was a very cautionary number that PSI gave us, because when Chris was here and kind of going over that, we still had a lot of those building materials really high. There was a lot of unknowns. I feel like it's going to be below right more around the 2.7, not the 3 million. But I just want to make sure that, you know, there's full disclosure here that that option was 2.7 to 3. But, well, I'm not going to have egg on my face, so. But again, that's when building materials were really out of, you know, skyrocketing, and, you know, I've worked with PSI. They're not going to put themselves in a position. They want to continue to work with the district, so they're not going to sell you something. They'd rather undersell and overachieve, so.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions? Okay. All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Change date of the October 11th board meeting to the 25th. Any?
Minute, we already talked about why, so if we could, if the board can make a motion in a second and have that approved due to the fact really on the 11th, it just would not suit due to the fact we won't have the release of the state aid yet, so we won't even be able to set the tax levy.
Okay. I'll make a motion to change that date to the 25th.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Okay. Okay.
You can zoom in.
Zoom.
All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. School Resource Officer. Sorry, Aaron.
Dale had asked for this to be on the topic tonight, so I put it on, Dale, so.
I appreciate that.
It's
Thank
yours, you bet.
I did a little research on this, and first off, I think the officer's right here. And you have excellent reviews, I gotta tell you that. I talked to the Walworth County Sheriff's Department, and sergeant or whatever of their resource officers is aware of you and gave you some very good reviews, along with all the other staff here. So I'm not here to question your ability. I'm not here to question your need or anything. But what I am questioning is the school district's responsibility, financially wise, to pay your wages. And I'm suggesting kind of what the Walworth County is doing is kind of a cost share with the Village of East Troy Police Department and the school district, that the village pays part of the man's wages and benefits, and the school district pays part of the man's wages and benefits, because I feel that the village is also has an advantage of having the officer here, that we don't have to call the police department every day or whatever to have the officer here, because he's here. So I'm putting that out there, and I did a little bit of research on the salaries, and I'm not going to question the man's salary, but I'm just going to say that the average salary for a resource officer in Wisconsin is $43,950. We're paying $90,000 plus $40,000 benefits, I believe. Is that correct, Kathleen? No.
90,000 includes the benefits.
Oh, 90,000 includes the benefits. Okay.
Yes. And we do have a cost-sharing agreement. Right now, we pay 75%.
Okay. Is there any way that we could pay less, like 50-50?
Well, we can ask, but that's the agreement that was set up, so. No, 90
That
is-
cost agreement of 75-25 was based upon the hours in which our SRO is in our facility, and then the SRO being available not within our school year. So when Aaron would be available to the community because school's not in session. So it literally was based on the calendar days, and that's the reason how we came to that. I mean, it was set from, it wasn't just a random 75% or anything else. We looked at the calendar and number of days off of Aaron's work schedule and how many of those dates would be in our district, which was 75%. So 75%, we were covering costs, they'd cover the 25%.
Let me ask you this question. If the resource officer wasn't here and there was an incident in school, would we call the village police force? They would come out here. Would we be charged for that?
No,
Okay.
for them coming no.
Okay, so there
But,
is.
but I will,
Is it-
I will say we
I
lived in
just
that
wanna
world
say
one time,
there
and
is
I don't
an
want to go back to
advantage-
that world.
There is an advantage of having the officer here to the village.
Is there an advantage?
There is, I think there is. Having the officer here, village. Sorry, what was?
I told him he's buying lunch.
Oh.
No, yeah, no. No, yeah.
Again, with
Okay.
benefits,
Anyway, there is an
benefits are
advantage
a
for the
lot.
village to have the police officer here, because he's here. They don't have to dispatch him, because they're paying, the village is paying his wages. If we don't have him here, the village is gonna pay his wages. We're gonna call him, we're not gonna get, the school district's not gonna be charged. But we're paying his wages here, so there's an advantage for him being here for the village, was my point.
I would think the advantage is more for the school district to have them here than it is the village.
It's an advantage for both the school district and for the village too.
Yeah, but I would even say, so if we didn't have the SRO here at a certain percentage, and so we were working it with the village, the issue would come down to, then the village would say, well, if we're gonna have to cover more of a cost than what the person's available, then we're not gonna be able to have that extra additional cost for the person that we probably had to bring in because of the 75% in which we are now having the SRO. That person's not available 75% of the day, truly, unless it's an emergency. So they needed to bring in additional help because we have the police officer, a law enforcement officer now 75% of the time. So either way you cut it,
Yeah, I agree.
You're not
A
gonna.
little bit of that is
You're taking
true.
away the FTE status, which
A
I
little bit
think
of
is
that
more
the
about a
truth,
need
but
in the
it's not
community.
100% I don't think you're 100% correct. I'm just gonna say that some of that is correct, that the police officer would be here, and they'd have to, if the police officer is here answering calls, they have to have another police officer to service the other community. That part is true, but when
Yep.
he's done with the call, he would go back and service the community again, so it's just a numbers game at that point. You know, when he's here all the day long at 75%, yes, they do have to replace him for that 75%. But they're gonna replace him anyway if he's coming here for calls, and they're not gonna get paid for those calls. You understand what I'm saying? Because the police officer's coming here, he's taking his time to come here, school district's not paying for it, the village is paying for it. Now that he's here all the time, they don't have to pay the police officer to be here, so they can back off on their end a little bit, so it is a cost savings to them any way you look at it.
I don't think it is, though. I don't think it is.
I would like to have a little bit more percentage in our advantage.
We recognize that he's here all the time when school's in session. He's in one of the buildings and he's working with
Yes, I recognize that
with students and
100%.
staff more than just when a call would need to be made for an emergency situation. Like, those are apples and oranges things that
No,
we're
they're
talking
not.
about.
It's time, it's just time. It's
But
just
we
time.
have him all the time. We wouldn't have
I
a
get we
village
have
police
him all
officer.
the time. But if we didn't have him all the time and we were calling him here not to do the reports or whatever, then he would be coming here for free and the village would have to replace his time here.
But we've already heard from the administrators and the administration that Officer Hackett is a definite benefit to the district.
It is a definite benefit to the district, but it's all benefit to the village too, that's my point.
But the village isn't gonna,
trust that we
Dale, the
would
village is
approve-
not gonna give Officer Hackett to us.
No, I'm not
on-
asking for
on-
free. No, I'm not asking for free.
I would argue that we're going to accrue all kinds of different costs if we don't have the positive, proactive presence of a police officer in our
disputing
school
No,
district.
his ability here or his function here is needed. I'm not disputing that.
I think we're
So,
wasting
good
time.
evening, sir. Actually, maybe good morning.
Close.
So, yeah, why not? I was thinking about, I got a sleeping bag. Let's just do it. I'll see you in the morning. So, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Officer Hackett. I'm the school resource officer for the district. So yes, having a school resource officer is an additional cost to the school district. It's also an additional cost to the village of East Troy. We had to pick up another officer, so it's not, you know, that 75%, we're also paying 75% for the other copper that's got to cover the road. Now, yes, I'm here every day. There's a lot of things I do. I'm not just a cop. I mean, I look like one.
No,
but
I'm
there's,
not-
but-
we're not
no,
questioning
I'm
that.
just giving you a little bit of background. So there's three things, right? I'm a law enforcement officer, I'm a counselor, and I'm also an educator. Okay, when it comes to the law enforcement side of the house, you know, the kids that are seniors right now, I've known those little kiddos since they were 6th graders. I've built a relationship with them. They know who I am. They see me in the hallways. The school is a safe place. This is where disclosures happen. This is where kids feel safe to say, things are screwed up at home. I've been sexually, you know, you name it, I've seen it. I've been sexually assaulted. Dad beat the crap out of Mom last night. For them to be able to come to me as someone that I'm familiar with, they can sit down with me. They can have that disclosure. You just want some random cop that's coming off the street, coming in to make a report from a kid, it's not going to go as well. I'm trained in sensitive crime investigations. This is my gig. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not
good at this.
disputing
No,
that.
no, what I'm saying is, if we were to go away from that, I think we would be doing a disservice to not only the
I'm not even
residents of the,
suggesting that we go
Right.
away from that.
but we would be doing a disservice to the residents of the village of East Troy, and I think the school district as well. I mean, it's up to you if the board wants to meet the village board and haggle over some numbers, but
I'm just saying that I think we should go to the village and get a little bit better deal. That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be on the tax bill one way or another. It's going to be either on the school tax bill or it's going to be on the village tax bill. You know, if the village agrees to go 50-50 instead of 75-25, they just up their taxes.
Well, they got more money than we do.
No, no, it comes from the taxes. So
But they probably got a pretty thick bank account, we don't.
Actually, their budget's probably 10% of the school district.
Sorry, guys, I just have to say one thing. So I know that budgets are tight everywhere, and I know that money is not something that we have a overabundance of if we look at all of our bank accounts. I will show you mine as well. But I definitely see what Mr. Hackett, Officer Hackett brings to our students. He had to help me with a student the other day. He helps clear out the halls. My kids feel comfortable when they come to school and they see that cop's car there. So like, I understand that, yes, it is an added cost to ours, but I definitely think our benefit and our kids' benefit far outweigh the cost that he incurs for us, so.
It's not the
Clear.
added cost to the general fund either.
yes, it's a Fund 80.
It's a Fund 80.
Community service. It's directly on the tax levy. So again, if it goes off of our tax levy, it'll go on the village's tax levy.
Exactly.
Okay, I did not understand that. Okay, I did not know that. Okay, I thought it was coming out of our general fund.
Mentioned that at the last board meeting.
I don't remember that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Anything else,
Officer
or-
Hackett.
That was
Yeah.
good dialogue and discussion. I mean, and Aaron, you don't have to stick around for the rest, but you did tell me you were going to take me out to breakfast, so I kind of want to see you leave. Kent, I didn't say you could go anywhere. Where are you going?
Yes, I saw that. Yes, and the bullying.
Not the high school. I said, you need to start having your picture taken more at the high school.
Dale, really, I think the key thing there is, and I apologize, but yeah, it's that Fund 80. So Fund 80 is the big part of what we're taking advantage of, and no matter what, if we're not utilizing it, it's going to get utilized, but it's going to go on the tax bill one way or the other. And I would hate to see us not being able to utilize his services at what we're getting out of it at that 75%.
And I guess you gotta look at it too, the Fund 80 is paid by all 8 communities in the district.
Yeah.
So it's,
See, I wasn't aware of the Fund 80, you know, it's just.
Yeah. So I just think that's a huge component of it.
Yeah.
all right, commencement policy.
So this is our last reading of the commencement policy. It hasn't changed since we put it before you last board meeting. We told you we would get feedback from different groups. So one of the groups that we talked to was our PLC leaders. That is our team leaders for each department. So we brought forth the idea of moving from the Sunday after to the Sunday prior to the last day of school. They thought that was a good solution to having graduation after all of the teachers are done for their contracted time. The other group that we talked to was our newly elected senior class officers. So we met with them and talked with that group as well, and they too thought that was a fine solution. They didn't have any opposition to that. So do you have any questions for us in regards to moving up the graduation ceremony? Did you get it? I don't have it.
Oh, I just had it from the last meeting, but.
No changes.
They're just moving the date to the Sunday before, instead of the Sunday after. So I think that was the only change, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
The only other change was that we said, the original policy said it was on school grounds in the
Oh,
high
yeah.
school gymnasium, and we updated that to say on school grounds either in the high school gymnasium or on the football field.
Mhm.
So we had to do that.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve policy 345.72, commencement.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion? All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Kent, will you guys then get us the updated changes sent to us? You said there's no changes, so then Terry or Lisa can just put that into the updated policy with the revision date of approval tonight? Okay, thank you.
Okay, update regarding homecoming for the 21-22 school year.
So as we mentioned previously, homecoming week is next week. We have dress-up days every day here at the high school. One of the neat things that we get to bring back, and to highlight, one of the really great things that we did last year was, remember, we had the reverse parade outside. So we're back to our traditional parade this year with an alternative route because of the construction. So we had to change the permit, but we have all that. So it's a new route. We have more floats than we have had in the last couple of years, so that's exciting. We have Powder Puff and Buff Puff. So Buff Puff will happen here at the high school during resource. Powder Puff we made a change to. That's going to the championship game is going to be after the parade on the football field to kind of fill that time slot that we had in between when the parade is over and dismissal. So anything else?
Yeah, if you're interested about the theme is elements, but not the periodic table, sadly, but like 4 elements like fire, wind, water. So they do that is what they came up with.
Oh, then you need a bonfire again.
What was that?
Then you need a bonfire again. One of them.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All right.
Any questions about homecoming?
Earth, Wind, and Fire is playing the dance.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll work on that.
And this year we tied it to the bullying they tied it in with bullying prevention things that you heard about earlier too, with some of the themes, so.
Thanks.
Thank you, District 5.
Okay. Sounds great.
Yep.
Sure they'll have fun. And then personnel employment issue.
Executive session.
Okay, reports. Dr. Hibner.
Andy, do you want me to just read off, or do you want to talk about the upcoming September 30th?
So during the past summer, I attended a conference, and the keynote speaker was Carly Posey from the I Love You Guys Foundation. The I Love You Guys Foundation was founded by two parents that lost their daughter in one of the school shootings out in Colorado. Carly Posey was a parent of Sandy Hook. Her children survived, but unfortunately, they saw some pretty awful things that day. Not only that, they moved to Colorado, and the district they lived in they experienced another active shooter in that district. So she joined the I Love You Guys Foundation, both groups. So Carly Posey and the founder of the I Love You Guys Foundation, they felt it was better to turn the tragedy into something more to help school districts prepare for these situations. So her message is just great. And coincidentally, before I got here, Bob Ellis and Aaron Hackett were working on introducing the SRP, which is a Standard Response Protocol. Aaron and I rolled that out last year. The Standard Response Protocol was developed by the I Love You Guys Foundation. And then we actually met today with Walworth County and Chief Swendrowski to start talking about a reunification plan that we haven't implemented yet. So we're going to be working together to develop that. So I thought that was really good. All those pieces are kind of coming together because she's going to talk a lot about that. So anyway, so we're going to do 2 presentations with her. I doubt that anybody's watching anymore, but hopefully people, hopefully some third shifters maybe, right? So hopefully those that are watching, but
Yeah.
we're having the staff come in at 1:15, and then we're inviting families back at 6 o'clock in the evening to listen to her presentation. Then myself, Chief Swendrowski, and Dan Nelson from the Sheriff's Department are going to follow her up with some of our own information that what we're doing in our district. So really hoping we get some really good public participation. It doesn't mean you have to be a parent. Community members can come as well. I just think it's really important to know what the school is doing, and first listen to her story and then listen to what the district's done to keep our children safe. So I'm looking forward to that. So I hope all the board can make it. Ted, I appreciate what you're going to help us out with. So thank you. Any questions about the presentation? I will say this, just in case somebody is watching or decides to watch it. We are offering free childcare, so bring your kids, 2 to 12 basically, because we feel like if you're bringing kids, anybody under the age of 12 probably shouldn't be listening to this because a lot of sensitive information is going to be shared. So again, I forget what clubs are, what club is helping us, Kate? National Honor Society is going to provide the daycare, so.
I'm going to clarify that. Andy, I know it's late, but you said 2 to 12, and I want to make sure people don't think that's the presentation time and the hours.
Yeah.
So it's the ages.
The
2
ages
to
of
12
2
years
to
of age is the
12.
babysitting for the 6 o'clock p.m. presentation.
We will, I'm going to say it. We will provide childcare for children ages 2 to 12. So,
Perfect.
all right.
And 12 on up are invited to attend.
Yes.
Andy, we asked for the date what?
Thursday.
30.
Thursday, September 30th. Thank you. Thursday, September, you should have just handled this one. It's late. Thursday, September 30th, 6 o'clock, high school gymnasium.
All right, thanks, Andy. Kathy, nothing else tonight? Amy, nothing? Kate, you're all done? I'm done. Policy review and development, we have none. Communications announcements? None. All right, future items, anybody have anything for the board?
For next board meeting,
Yeah, any future board meeting.
I want to talk, not cause more trouble, but I'd like to talk about the marketing, long-term disability in the Dobeck School.
Yeah, the marketing and the long-term disability was going to be on the next one for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the Dobeck School?
I can't hear you, Dale.
The Dobeck School?
We can put that one on the next one too.
Long-term disability was gonna be November 8th.
Oh, that's right. That's going to be November because we're having Al Yeager
Okay.
come to talk. So, and we think that should go with the marketing because it makes kind of sense a little bit. So we put Dobeck in October, long-term disability, and
Okay.
marketing will be November.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. I will make the motion to adjourn to executive session for the discussion of personnel employment issue as provided under 19.851B, 19.851C, and 19.851F.
Okay, roll call vote. Steve?
Yes.
Dale?
Yes.
I vote yes. Anna?
Yes.
Bob?
Absolutely.
All right, we're in closed session.
No, my nephew just sacked